how it relates to democracy and utopia. So you're welcome to come. And then we will have the same, as I was told by Zsolt, the same ritual that we will have the 4 papers and then the discussion together.
Thank you very much. Welcome to all of you. Can you all hear me okay there? Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you to Zsolt and Nima for organizing this conference. It's been great, and I hope you can see that this paper connects to many of the papers that we listened to yesterday, from Mirschel's to Gregory Claes's ideas and some of the things that you mentioned. So I'm going to talk to you about this work, which is the Proclamation of the Irish Republic. Dates back to 1916. It's a short document. It had 7 signatories, and as you can see, the address is, it was written by the provisional government of the Irish Republic to the people of Ireland. And as I said, this is a short document. I'm going to refer to some parts of it. The Proclamation of the Irish Republic is an iconic text from Ireland's revolutionary period between 1916 and 1923. This period is celebrated in Ireland under the auspices of the government-funded scheme Decades of Centenaries and Century Ireland, a commemorative scheme created by RTE, Radio Telefís Éireann, which is Ireland National Television and Radio Broadcaster, and Boston College, one of the most impressive Irish studies centers in the United States of America. You can see their wee logo on the site of Century Ireland. In what follows, I'm going to offer a reading of the proclamation as a utopian text, referencing some of Miguel Abençour's ideas outlined in his 1997 article, Utopia and Democracy. Since I am an Irish studies scholar rather than a utopian studies scholar, my approach will be historical rather than theoretical, although at some point the 2 approaches will inevitably be intertwined. The proclamation was written for the occasion of the Easter Rising of 1916 and was read out on Easter Monday, the first day of the rebellion, outside the General Post Office in Dublin, and approximately 2,500 copies were distributed, informing the city's citizens of the political changes that would take place in Ireland. And there you can see a picture of the GPO in all its glory today. Now on O'Connell Street, but used to be Sackville Street. And in the top right corner, you can see the flag of the Irish Republic, all in green, one of those original copies. The proclamation declared Ireland a republic, politically free and independent of the British Crown. For over a century, Ireland had been a constituent part of the United Kingdom, created by the Acts of Union of 1800. The proclamation read that we declare the right of the people of Ireland to the ownership of Ireland, to the unfettered control of Irish destinies, to be sovereign and indefeasible. In the later part, it says, we hereby proclaim the Irish Republic as a sovereign, independent state, and we pledge our lives and the lives of our comrades in arms to the cause of its freedom, unquote. Following an introductory passage identifying these comrades in arms as members of the Irish Republican Brotherhood, the Irish Volunteers, and the Irish Citizen Army, the proclamation described the revolutionaries' vision of this new Ireland. As integral part of this vision, the proclamation made declarations about democratic representation, universal suffrage, and the treatment of religious minorities in this new republic. And here's a longer passage from it, which goes, quote, the Irish Republic is entitled to and hereby claims the allegiance of every Irishman and Irish woman. It's something important that I like to come back to. The Republic guarantees religious and civil liberty, equal rights and equal opportunities to all its citizens, and declares its resolve to pursue the happiness and prosperity of the whole nation and all of its parts, cherishing all of the children of the nation equally and oblivious of the differences carefully fostered by an alien government which have divided the minority from the majority in the past, unquote. Some part of this statement is somewhat bold and idealistic, especially in assuming that all children of the nation desired to belong to the one nation, given the fact that over 230,000 men and 230,000 women of Ulster Protestant background had signed what is called the Ulster Solemn League and Covenant and Declaration. The men signed the covenant and the women signed the declaration on the 28th of September in 1912, declaring their allegiance to, quote, His Gracious Majesty, King George V, unquote, and also, quote, the unity of the British Empire. So this is a Protestant document that predates the proclamation by 4 years. Authorship of the proclamation is unknown, but one of the signatories of the document is Commander-in-Chief of the Easter Rising, Patrick Pearse. His headquarters was in the GPO. Pearse was a lawyer by profession who had written a number of pamphlets in the month leading up to the Rising. One of them is entitled The Sovereign People, and there are other two, The Separatist Idea and The Spiritual Nation. I'll be referring to these texts later on. So all of these were written or drafted just 2-3 months before the rebellion in 1916. Pearse stated in this pamphlet, that is The Sovereign People, what he called the democratic truth, that were to, quote, pursue the happiness and prosperity of the whole nation. I think that kind of chimes with one of the papers yesterday about the happiness of the person or happiness of the individual, happiness of the nation. I'm going to quote 5 passages from The Sovereign People, each of them describing his democratic truth. So the first one is about the members of the nation. Physically considered, the nation consists of its men and women, and of all of its men and women, without any exception. Every man and every woman within the nation has normally equal rights, but a man or a woman may forfeit his or her rights by turning recreant to the nation. The second one is about class division. What he says is this: no class in the nation is entitled to privileges beyond any other class except with the consent of the nation. The right and privilege to make laws or to administer laws does not reside in any class within the nation. It resides in the whole nation, that is, in the whole people, and can be lawfully exercised only by those to whom it is delegated by the whole people. You can tell that he's a lawyer, you know, he's using all that language. About making laws, he has the following to say: the people, if wise, will choose as the makers and administrators of their laws men and women actually and fully representative of all the men and women of the nation. The men and women of no property equally with the men and women of property. Again, I think it chimes very nicely with what Myrtle was talking about yesterday. About the rights of the individual and that of the collective rights, again, there is this passage, and there'll be one more left only. So he says, once more, no individual right is good as against the right of the whole people, but the people, in exercising its sovereign rights, is morally bound to consider individual rights to do equity between itself and each of the individuals that compose it, as well as to see the equity is done between individual and individual. And lastly, about property ownership, he says, a nation may go further and determine that all sources of wealth whatsoever are the property of the nation, that each individual shall give his service for the nation's good and shall be adequately provided for by the nation, and that all surplus wealth shall go to the national treasury to be expended on national purposes rather than be accumulated by private persons. Now, in Utopia and Democracy, Abensour situated his ideas within the framework of a French school of philosophical thought, with references to Charles Fourier, Herbert Marcuse, André Breton, Pierre Laroux, Claude Lefort, and Emmanuel Levinas. In The Sovereign People, Patrick Pearse formulated his theory of democratic truth within a specifically Irish theoretical and political tradition, drawing on the writings of Wolfe Tone, Robert Emmet, Thomas Davis, James Fintan Lalore, and John Mitchell. He discussed the ideas of these Irishmen in two essays drafted just months before the Easter Rising. I've mentioned these: the separatist idea dating the 1st of February and the spiritual nation dating the 13th of February. Within this Irish tradition of political thought, the future of a democratic Irish republic was not at variance with an idealist vision of a utopian society that was based on both the freedom of the individual and the collective, quote, happiness and prosperity of the nation. And this is again a quotation from the separatist idea. These interlinked ideas are emphasized in the proclamation using Pearse's exact wording from the sovereign people and the separatist idea. As mentioned, authorship of the proclamation has been a matter of debate. So there's a lot of debate over who has written the proclamation, although the text does seem to be infused with Pearse's nationalist sentiments and include verbatim quotations from his last pamphlets from February and March 1916. For Pearse, as for Tone and Davis before him, individual freedom and the freedom of the nation as a whole were interconnected, one supporting the other in all matters of Irish life, that is legislation, taxation, property ownership, etc. He derives his ideas from the writings of all these people, that is Wolfe Tone, Daniel O'Connell, and Thomas Davis, and these are all important characters in Irish history. They're all connected to either the United Irishman Rebellion, the Repeal Movement, or the Young Ireland Movement, and they're all theoreticians as well. So they wrote about democracy and its connection to individual rights and the rights of the people, rights of the nation. They love using the word nation for historical reasons. I'm also going to refer to later to the Irish National Land League of the 1880s. This line of thought has been developed during centuries of what is called usurpation of Ireland. Again, this is a word from the proclamation, whereby land originally owned by Catholics was forcefully confiscated by newly arriving Protestant landlords from Britain, armed and loyal to the British monarch. This is a reference to the Tudor plantations. Of course, plantations started before the Tudor period, but I'm going to just start there. Also, the Catholic majority of the island's population were banned from holding office in Ireland and were denied the rights of education and political representation, especially during the 18th century under the penal laws. And during the 19th century, Irish Catholics were anglicized through these British government schemes, such as the national school system, the ordinance survey, or religious movement or decisions such as establishing the Protestant Church as the established Church of Ireland, and the Second Reformation of the 1920s, which was this proselytizing period in Ireland. So as Daniel O'Connell and the Repeal Association of the 1830s were calling for the repeal or the termination of the Act of Union, a case was made for Ireland to become a republic, independent of the British Crown. Such cause raised concerns in British political circles, and cartoons caricatured Ireland as a land where democracy would inevitably lead to anarchy, should Ireland be granted freedom from the British Crown. And I show you two cartoons. Those who are in Irish studies are very well familiar with these, but I thought I'm going to show these to you. These two cartoons are from the Punch magazine from 1880, one from 1881, and then the other one is from 1883. On the one, you can see Britannia on the left. You can see Britannia dressed as Pallas Athena, referring back to this to the Greeks, who is protecting Hibernia, that figure of the kind of the smaller, younger woman, from an ape-like figure of Irish anarchy. So you have this simian figure of Irish anarchy brought about by the Land League. So basically claiming that Britannia is going to protect Ireland from the anarchy that would be caused by the Land League. So if any democratic movement gained force in Ireland. And the other one, you have the simian Caliban-like figure of the Irish National Land League that is seated on this barrel of anarchy, rebellion, and murder, again referring to the Land League. If you want to read more about this, you can. There is a book on this by L.P. Curtis. So such cause rang alarm bells in Ireland, as well especially among those in leadership positions or directly connected with the British establishment in Ireland. Among nationalist circles, however, there developed an idea that Ireland as a sovereign nation should manage its own affairs, as discussed in an article printed in The Nation on the 29th of April in 1848. And I just quote one sentence from it, because I think is quite pertinent. The Nation article written during this revolutionary month of April 1848 declared that democracy is the destiny of the world. So let's move forward. But just the question is there, what kind of democracy? That's again a question in Ireland as well as in Britain and anywhere else. By the time Pearse began disseminating his ideas of democratic truth in the separatist idea and some of it in the proclamation, he had incorporated some of the ideas of his comrade in arms, James Connolly, that's him on the right, who was leader of the Irish Citizen Army. Connolly fought alongside Pearse at the GPO in Dublin during the Easter Rising of April 1916 and was consequently executed by a firing squad in Kilmainham Jail in Dublin on the 12th of May in 1916. Connolly was born in Scotland of Irish parents, and you need to remember that he was a socialist, he was a Marxist who contributed pieces to the newspaper The Irish Worker. And there's a critic, Conor McCarthy, who reminds us that in 1915, and this is a quote, Connolly published a series of articles on insurrection and urban warfare in earlier revolutionary situations. He made reference to Paris in 1830, Belgium in 1830 again, Paris 1848, and then Moscow in 1905, unquote. Connolly advocated the notion of a socialist republic. Sometimes he switches with socialist democracy, socialist republic, so the two kind of means the same for him in his writing, in which quote, all political and social positions, there's the quote, so in this republic, all political and social positions should be open to all men and women, that all privileges of birth or wealth be abolished, and that every man or woman born into this land should have an equal opportunity to attain to the proudest position of Ireland, of the land, that is to be the president of the country or president of the republic. Connolly's core calls for gender equality before the law in terms of suffrage, general legislation, and property ownership, echoed in the words of the proclamation, situating the cause of Irish democracy in the 20th century. As you can see, the proclamation reads, the first is a quote we have looked at, that the Republic will guarantee religious and civil liberty, equal rights and equal opportunities to all its citizens, and that it declares its resolve to pursue the happiness and prosperity of the whole nation, and that it will cherish all the nations of all the children of the nation equally. And there's also a sentence or half a sentence later on which says that the national government, when it will be elected, will be the representative of the whole people of Ireland and elected by the suffrages of all her men and women. Again, this is a thought that Pearse borrows from Connolly's socialist ideas. So the proclamation was written in a style that was characteristic of Pearse's revolutionary writings and was infused with a passionate Catholicism of 19th century Irish nationalism. See, for instance, the opening scene, and we're getting to the ends of this wee talk. This is how it starts. This is the call to Irish men and women. So it says, Irish men and women, in the name of God and of the dead generations from which she receives her old tradition of nationhood, Ireland through us summons her children to her flag and strikes for her freedom. This is one of the most quoted passages. As I said, that's the first sentence of the proclamation. And when you start reading the proclamation, you feel like this is a very traditional text. You know, it upholds all these traditional Christian values of Catholic Ireland of the 19th, 18th, and 17th centuries. But when you read on and you see the incorporation of James Connolly's ideas, you also recognize that, you know, it's actually quite a progressive text. And it has many modern ideas of equality, gender, relating to gender, suffrage, and all that. So I would suggest that we should read this instead of as a really kind of nationalist text, but as a text that is forward-looking, that is progressive, and that incorporated the latest of socialist and feminist thought to be applied to this free and independent Irish Republic that they wanted to create. Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot. And then now we are moving east, I think, on Eastern uprising, and on that book we will talk about ideas between innovation and imitation.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation. I'd like to pick Zsolt Cigányik's observations about Imre Madács and the tragedy of man that was discussed yesterday, when there are different schemes back to the history, to Egypt and Athens and Rome, Prague, Paris and London. So I was thinking that maybe it is not accidental that a Central European author observed history like this, because these are certain historical steps, historical paradigms, and that can be observed by someone who is outside these paradigms, like Central Europe or East Central Europe was outside of these major global or continental paradigms. So it is a position to relativize it, or to create a relationship to these externally set conditions which can be easily ideologized or utopianized. And I think ideology and utopia are separated strongly by Karl Mannheim. By the way, he was born in Budapest, a famous sociologist of knowledge. But what I try to argue today, that it is not so much separated in the Central European thought. Both progressive and not so progressive thinkers sometimes spoke about ideologies like those were utopian visions. So sometimes ideologies had strongly utopian tones, because those were not really corresponding to the reality. So that is one thing. I think the other one is the issue of imitation and innovation. Is it true that Central European countries only imitated these paradigms and utopias, or they used it in an innovative way or tried to hybridize them or so? So here is the motivation of my talk was given by I am a political scientist or political sociologist. So Leslie Holmes and Ivan Krastev wrote their book, A Lie That Failed. And they said that the major reason why populism was so successful in the last decade was because liberalism was canonized, and liberalism was seen as an imitation. So current populism in liberalism represents a counter-revolution against liberalism. Why? Because the diversity within liberalism was forgotten after '89. Liberalism left its own pluralism behind, and it presented itself as a new hegemony. So if it has such a canonical status, and plus the politics of imitation of the West, they argue, then it is no surprise that people turn to populism, which is not so alienated. So it seems like hegemonic liberalism is presented as utopianism. And I thought that such an interesting thing, that at one moment liberalism is a very successful mobilizing ideology, let's say the 1980s, and after 10 years, it is dominating and hegemonic and more alienated from the real life, and people tend to see it as a utopia. So is it possible that liberalism can be ideology and utopia at the same time? And two Polish authors, Karolina Wigura and Jaroslav Kuisz, argued that rationalism was the problem, that liberalism was purely rationalist, and what politics needs is also passions and emotions. And therefore, liberalism was more individual, demands trust in people, which contradicts to the historical experience of East Central Europe. And we have to remember that the greatest successes of liberal democracies emerged from hope. So somehow trying to bring back the positive connotations of liberalism, what we can call the passionate liberalism. That is one possible answer to this problem of imitation. They say the problem was not the imitation, but the problem was the lack of passion. And another author writing at the same time about other things, Timothy Snyder, a very pessimistic book about the loss of liberty. He distinguished between two types of politics, the politics of inevitability and the politics of eternity. And he defines that liberals behave like progress is inevitable. So whatever happens, the history goes on its own way. All politics and policies should be derived from this belief that there is an inevitable channel in which history moves forward. And that was his critique. There is actually another type of politics that conservatives like more, and that is the politics of eternity. That is circulation. It is not linear progress, but circulation. And it seems like there is an eternal circularity, and the two approaches contradict to each other. And maybe we can also think about that there are utopias of inevitability about how future society should look like, or utopias of eternity, immovable, non-changing, fixed, frozen characteristics. And then, of course, there are some innovations, and I would suggest the concept of third way utopianism, that is trying to find some space between irreconcilable models, and also skepticism. I find it quite typical when even on the men of the streets often say that is utopia because it doesn't fit what we can experience here. So there is a very skeptical attitude to ideologies if they do not fit of reality. And all of these utopias that I try to investigate, the common denominator was humanism, to find how to humanize society, and utopia was presented as a humane entity to make it more attractive for ordinary people. But also the other one appeared that negative utopia, which dehumanized people, and we have not to follow that, like capitalism, for instance. So I don't want to read what is written there. The point here is that one third way utopianism was the anarchist movement, late 19th century, early 28th century in Hungary. They had a major problem that East Central Europe was living between the attraction of democracy and anarchism, pure anarchism, for them, the thinkers. And they tried to, democracy was close enough to reach, but actually we never reached it. So So it was an ambivalent relationship to democracy. So they tried to make a middle road between democracy and anarchism. Therefore, I call them anarcho-democrats. Just a few examples. These guys, particularly Jan Henrik Schmidt, a philosopher from the late 19th, early 20th century, he believed in a non-violent anarchist society. It was really a non-violent society of non-violence, really with a utopian character, but he did not elaborate fully. He was strongly against the church, and against the radical violent anarchists, and he believed that society can be built on purely non-violence. This is what he called ideal anarchism. And another guy tried to find a third way between socialism and anarchism, combining these two elements. He rejected democracy as an anarchist, Count Ervin Batthyány. He was influenced by William Morris, free socialism, and the communist anarchism by Kropotkin. So he rejected both social democracy and violent anarchism. And that is his definition of anarchism and his anarchist vision of the society. By anarchism, freedom from rule, we must understand the social order based on purely upon the free fraternal cooperation of the people with no external power or violence. And all other systems are based on violence, therefore those must be rejected. And here is what he thinks about democracy, a rejection of democracy on anarchist grounds. Democracy is the last, best disguise, and thus the strongest bastion of the present ruling system. And he rejects the possibility that we can move towards democracy. And he says, I consider it to be deeply mistaken and dangerous. It doesn't go to the ideal society. Democracy is a wrong compromise here. And what he rather offers, a fusion of socialism and anarchism, when he realized that pure anarchism doesn't work in Hungary, and that he believed that socialist movements will help out the crisis of anarchism. And he says, socialism without anarchism, hopeless slavery, the divine right of officialdom to rule. Anarchism without socialism is also inconceivable. So there is nothing wrong substantively with anarchism, but the problem is it is inconceivable. But there are substantive problems with socialism, but if you have a fusion with anarchism, it will be all right. So socialism is not just a precondition of anarchism, rather anarchism actually embraces socialism in itself, within itself. Again, another thinker believed that social democracy should be rejected and pure anarchism as well. And here is an imitation in some ways, the French anarcho-syndicalist thinking. He was not a utopian, he was an ideologue in a Gramscian sense, Erwin Szabó, but also a serious thinker and the founder of public libraries. So he was influenced by the French anarchists and socialists and believed that anarcho-syndicalism would be this hybrid mixed model which can work for liberation. Just like another Hungarian guy, Oskar Jászai, he again tried to fuse two different models, socialism and liberalism. He refused laissez-faire liberalism and also state socialism, which existed already, rejecting communism. And he proposed a sort of democracy which is more anarchistic, and he is proud of that. It is not wrong, nothing wrong in that. And again, liberal socialism, we can ask the question, is it an ideology or utopia? It never fulfilled. It looks like a beautiful combination of the best of two different ideologies. Actually, that is quite characteristic in this part of Europe to mix two ideologies and take the best out of it and forget those which are not so beautiful. Liberal socialism does not merely flirt with democracy, but rather takes it to its limit. I'm sorry. So please read this last two paragraphs. He says we must create a new ideology of this socialism, but it sounds like a utopia. So I am not saying, I mean, utopia is a fixed thing, moral vision, comprehensive. This is not comprehensive, so it is really ideology and not utopia. But if you read it, it sounds like a very strongly utopian influenced ideology. And we have another thinker who also believed that you can combine non-exploitation with equality. So the Western techniques of liberation and liberty, Western techniques of freedom combined with with equality, non-exploitation. So he believes that Western liberalism is not just about capitalism, not just about exploitation, relationship between labor and capital. You can take the best of it without hurting its logic. So power should be divided into small pieces, and therefore no one will have enough power to oppress others. And if the power is divided to really little pieces, then at the end there will be no power or belonging to anyone, so it will be more like an anarchy. So refusal of capitalism and state socialism, a bit of Eurocentrism, because this is the meaning of the European social evolution, and again, too beautiful to be true, right? And we have another thinker, very different in many respects, the Czech Václav Havel, and his concept that post-totalitarianism is basically about anonymity, monotony, conformity, and discipline, a gray ritual field, basically an existential dystopia. And people try to survive by paying tribute to ritually, not lying directly, but living in a system of lie. And Havel is refusing to call the dissidents as opposition because he doesn't like these structured entities like government and opposition. He likes to focus on individuals and autonomy and bottom-up solidarity. So he's in many ways an existentialist, and he believed that living within the truth can be an existential choice. So in a post-totalitarian regime, demoralized people are living in this real existing dystopia. Individuals confirm the system, fulfill the system, make the system, are the system. You don't have to do anything special. You are part of the system. And therefore, this is a ritual communication within the system of power, and anonymous, automatized, dehumanized structure. So sounds pretty dystopian, this description of post-totalitarianism. And the solution is pretty easy, so to say. The individual should step out from this. This is an individual choice. So like going out from darkness to the light, and who steps out of line denies in its principle and threatens in its entirety. So living in truth means an individual choice, an existential revolution. But Havel goes a step beyond and says that post-totalitarianism is just part of the global technological civilization, and therefore it is not just the issue of communism. It is a consumer society, global technological structures, and he doesn't like that. He wants to go beyond the systems and focusing on individual people. Instead of regime change or systemic change, he wants existential revolution to post-democracy. That is very interesting if we consider the topic of this conference, Utopia and democracy. He wants to jump out of post-totalitarianism, but not to democracy, but to post-democracy. And it is like the light at the end of the tunnel. So an individual existential revolution leading to post-democracy. It is not explained what post-democracy is, but it has a strongly sort of liberation, salvation, a utopian character. That is my feeling. I am not a utopia scholar. I am a comparative political scientist. And finally, the last guy I want to mention is Gáspár Miklós Tamás, Hungarian philosopher, recently died, unfortunately. He, in a manifesto, he claimed that capitalism is a utopia. We are falsely recognizing the word when we describe it as capitalism. It is not. And capitalism is a dehumanized utopia. Free market and free competition are utopias. And universal market exchange is also a utopia. So it's try to present freedom as an opposite to utopia. If you want to liberate yourself, you have to get rid of the idea of capitalism, because that is utopia, and utopia is rigid and inhuman. And that is his idea. The universal brotherhood is not utopian, quite the contrary. Those who support capitalism, those are utopians. And those thoughts are called utopia. He gives a definition here, which are unrelated to everyday experience and aim to achieve their goals mostly with abstract moral purpose. So it is a sort of unfavorable presentation of utopia. It's not about happiness or salvation or something, but it is something which against human nature. And here he gives a long description about how capitalism developed. We believe that it was like free market and something, but it was a major oppression, brutality, degeneration, colonialism, genocides, death camps, etc., world wars, and this is how capitalism developed. So interesting that he used the notion of utopia to capitalism. Maybe we should think about it further. And as he says, capitalism is a utopia in the sense as its supporters present it in opposition to evident experience and common sense. So utopia is contrasted with common sense and human nature. Capitalism in Central Europe is an imitation of a utopia, oppressive system, and he refers to Karl Polanyi when he criticized that sort of uncritical approval of capitalism. So to wrap up, there are some approaches which most of them are supporting humane society, responsibility, freedom, moral liberation, dignity, trust-based communities, solidarity networks, cooperatives. So some sort of individual responsibility together with bottom-up solidarity networks and against large structures. So it's like, and maybe another Central European characteristic, small is beautiful. Let's cultivate our gardens, let's build houses. So against the large structures, against the system, against capitalism, state socialism, post-totalitarianism, consumer society, Tsarist absolutism, representative democracy, and the like. So I think there is more innovation here than imitation, but the innovation always occurs within this external framework shaped by the imitation. Thank you very much.
So much, and then we are continuing the Central European travel with Ondřej Vlachalek's paper about the end of a new beginning of anti-utopian democracy.
So, hello, thank you very much to organizers for inviting me for this conference. I actually share with Andreas Bozorky interest in Central Eastern European anarchism and radical democracy, but now I will speak about completely different topic, and it will be more like essay in original meaning of the word, like attempt. And this attempt will be based on correspondence between thinking about literary genres and about forms of democracy. I start with a few questions. Actually, the first is, how does various concept of democracy, and I don't mean concepts in political, theoretical meaning, but more like zeitgeist, so something what you cannot touch, but it's everywhere. And how they correspond with literary genres, utopia, anti-utopia, and dystopia. I deliberately write it in bad orthography, that dystopia, to underline that original connection of something bad spoiled. How can we understand various versions of democracy from the point of view of formal or procedural versus content utopias? And what is relationship between utopia, democracy, and truth? And also to some extent progress. And the last question is some common denominator of all three, and it's where we are now. And I start with operational definitions. You know that operational definitions are not proper definition. They don't work and don't delineate key characteristics, but they should tell us if the thing is present here. So my operational definition of utopia is overcoming human condition, whatever it means. In my view, it can be existing human condition, something what is falsely conceived being human condition, but it's not. But also it can be more radical and titanic, and there can be present idea, okay, we will be like gods. Anti-utopia is based on determining fear of attempts of overcoming human condition. And dystopia is characterized by determining fear of future, which is coming. And then I will speak about three forms of democracy. The first I would call utopian democracy, and it's democracy connected with emancipatory project of enlightenment. It's democracy connected with ideas of democratic revolution, and I think what we heard about, for example, Irish democratic movement is one of many possible illustrations. I will try to some other, but Mostly, I want to underline that this kind of democracy is connected with vision of possible human perfection by education. Yeah, you can be educated. The democracy is part of enlightenment project of emancipation based in education and progress. And this is exactly the answer which is posited by followers of this version of democracy to strong anti-democratic critique, which was present mostly in conservative circles, but not only there, that and which can be summarized in word crowd and Le Bon's or others' interpretation of it. Like, okay, you have here those uneducated masses, and you want to give them power. It will not work simply. Exactly, and in anarchy and in worst case scenarios which we can imagine. So, argument against this strong anti-democratic argumentation is possibility of human perfection by education. And in this context, we should understand democracy as something like formal procedural part of some broader content utopia of human perfection by education, by progress of science and humanity. I tried to, and it's very disputable if this concept of democracy can be really called utopia, because of course we connect utopia with more radical understanding of human condition. And when I quote Masaryk's Declaration of Independence of the Czech nation, we believe in liberty and liberty evermore. It's something what sounds really strange, progressivist, but maybe not utopian in a more strict sense. But I believe that even this moderate utopianism is still utopianism. And maybe I will demonstrate it on one quotation of such a critical and skeptical author like István Bibor, who speaks about democracy and his miseries of the East European small states. And he writes as follows: to be a democrat is first and foremost not to be afraid. Not to be afraid of those who have a different opinion, speak a different language, and are of different race. Not to be afraid of revolution, conspiracies, the unknown evil intentions of the enemy, hostile propaganda, disdain, and generally all these imaginary dangers that became real because we are afraid of them. And of course, this quotation can be read in two ways. One is to understand fear as, and let's think about context, Atlantic Charter, freedom from fear, and so on, like fear about something like bad analysis, what is developed in this quotation as something what is not human condition, but what is bad analysis of situation. But I think there is also that connotation of fear, like something what is part of human condition, part of human destiny. And democracy from this point of view, has some liberatory, emancipatory, utopian ambition to liberate human beings from fear. Let's skip to anti-utopian democracy, what is something what I think replaced this concept of democracy during Cold War. There is that idea of, because of course facing totalitarianism, it was necessary somehow to correct arrogance of enlightenment. And in this context, we can refer to Popper and other authors, and to think about democracy and set of procedures which can correct arrogance of enlightenment. And in this context, formal aspect of democracy becomes crucial, becomes the most important, and it's problematical to understand democracy as part of some broader content, revolutionary, emancipatory utopia, and instead of it, it's component of some set of procedural formal utopias, together with human rights, together with free market, and so on. There is question of progress which is important. Like there are two approaches which can be to progress, which can be identified in this concept of anti-utopian democracy. According to one, progress was hubris of Enlightenment project. Progress, the idea of progress itself is something deeply problematical, and what can we only do is learn from failures of attempts of progress. Yeah, what can we? This is the only thing that we can do. So it's basically anti-progressivist thinking. But from some other point of view, exactly this gesture is progressivist, because as we learn from these attempts, we know more, we progress. We are not as stupid as our dads and grandfathers and moms and grandmothers, and we can move. I will, and now I will skip something, and I will ask what happened after triumph of this anti-utopian democracy after 1989. Did it continue in this schematically reconstructed way? From some point of view, I think we can tell yes. Experience with totalitarianism somehow revived all instincts of liberalism to limit power, to focus on control of power. We are afraid of tyranny, so we need to build some institution of checks and balances, and this important instincts or obsessions which were present in liberalism, democratic imagination of liberalism, considered because of it was born from struggle with absolutism of monarchical power, were revived by struggle against totalitarianism. So from some point of view, this focus on that fear of power and tyrannophobia became important part of this democratic project after 1989, and we can say that okay, this is continuation of anti-utopian ideas present in this concept of democracy. But on the other hand, there was that reconstruction of democratic enthusiasm, of that idea that democratic revolution can really change the world and spread democracy everywhere, even by force, and it will mean emancipation somehow. And so this recreation of democratic enthusiasm can bring us back to utopia version of democracy. And I think we lived in 2 decades after end of Cold War, we lived in some combination of utopian and anti-utopian democracy. And ideal body expression of this combination is George W. Bush. He is somebody who embodies triumph of democratic enthusiasm, but and spreading of democracy everywhere. But you can be really enthusiastic of him, of the fact that really mediocre son of one of former presidents becomes president and spreads, and that most important superpower empire is led by this guy. No, I think years came when we remembered him and thought, okay, come back, everything is forgotten. But in that time, I think he really provoked that idea that, okay, we can be enthusiastic of him only for not being something different. I think Czech former dissident and feminist expressed it in citing, paraphrasing well-known quotation about Sartre and Fanon, like it's better to be wrong with George W. Bush than to be right with Putin. So yeah, this is form of enthusiasm which he provoked, and but I think we remember George W. Bush as part of some different historical moment, because what we live in is something what we could call dystopian democracy. And we should remember that quotation of István Bibó, that the democrat means not being afraid. And who can call himself or herself democrat in this way? Who is not afraid? Now, Trumpists or Urbanists are afraid of liberals. Liberals are afraid of Trumpists. And we lived a few years ago during refugee crisis in where the majority of our societies were from some point of view, meaningless fear from Muslims, but we who polemize with them and try to politically struggle against the racism were afraid of them. We were super afraid of them. And maybe we were afraid of them even more than they were afraid of Muslims. And so there is some omnipresence of fear as characteristics. There is some inverted meaning of progress. We are really afraid of progression of time on the level of psychological and maybe psychiatric diagnosis, climate fear. And so we are really afraid of what is coming. And if we ask about the meaning of truth in this concept of democracy, we have to remember a very popular buzzword of post-truth, which is really interesting both depiction of situation and character, and in fact part of this situation. And what we have seen, we can discuss it in debate, but maybe we can summarize it for the purpose of provocation, that it was some adequate, popular and populist appropriation of postmodern condition, including epistemic instability and deconstruction of political subject. And on the other hand, backlash on the level of liberal intelligentsia, which was challenged by, and it's important, it was challenged by, it was, I think that using of diagnosis of post-truth was identitarian struggle of liberal intelligentsia, because totemic animal of this tribe was attacked, because totemic animal of this tribe is truth understood as facts. And it's, I think, not very, it's not very, it's not the only one possibility how to understand truth, at least, to say at least. So it reacted with very self-centered and somehow naive concept of truth. And it brings me to second and last image in my presentation, and to the question, like, what in this context is utopia? And I think what was utopia of this hardcore of demonstrators who entered into Congress building, and I think we know it. Their utopia was truth. They knew truth about crimes of elites, and they hope they will finally find the evidence in some place of power. They failed actually, but they at least believe, and yeah, that there is some place where truth is present and can be found and presented. And so what I think happens actually is that we live under condition of something what I would call dystopian democracy. But both sides of this extremely polarized moment are working with tools which are legacies of anti-utopian democracy. Yeah, we can think about anti-liberalism of Trumpists and urbanists, and what is fascinating on this version of anti-liberalism is that it's really modeled according to anti-communism and anti-totalitarianism. Liberalism is reconstructed as a new totalitarian ideology. It's anti-communism 2.0 with with many problems which actually it brings about, because not only that even all liberal anti-communism had conservative anti-communism had a lot of cartoon-like images problems, but also it characterized completely different form of ideology. But also there is some return which is maybe even more interesting, because on some level anti-populism of liberal is based on idea that okay, these are new threats which are somehow similar to those totalitarian. We struggled against totalitarian. Snyder is classic version of it. We struggled against communists, and now we have new fascists, and we have to only to read Havel to understand Trump. Okay, so we have only to revive our knowledge from Cold War to understand these new evils. But in fact, there is another important moment, that this anti-populist movement of liberals is not only update of this anti-utopian democratic narrative of the Cold War, but it's also somehow often meets with anti-democratic criticism of utopian democracy, because there is that fear of the people, of uneducated crowd, which lives in post-truth and does not believe to its elites, and can be manipulated by big data corporations or by Russian propaganda. So if you have population which can be manipulated by Russian propaganda, does it make sense to have democracy? No. Democracy becomes only weapon for inimical forces. And in war, to notice Snyder, where Putin escorted Trump to White House, doesn't make sense to have democracy. So we come back somehow to the idea of uneducated crowd or masses. And what I think is, I will soon, but what is the last important characteristic of this situation is that both sides are looking for some guarantees. They want to find something solid in this unstable situation. And those guarantees are mostly old, well-known institutions, old formal and procedural utopias like state sovereignty for populists or human rights for liberals. But what I think, they play different role from their original. They are not procedural or formal utopias anymore. They are totemic objects which have to symbolize that we still live in some old world. They are guarantees, and they actually should become values. As Andreas quoted Vigora and her co-author, like those old liberal institutions which wanted to be passionless had to provoke some passionate identification, but can they still be liberal institution in that context? And I will end here. We still feel fear of power, but as we had felt it in 90s, yeah, there could be excesses of power, despotic power, power needs to be controlled. It's still our condition, but together with it, maybe sometimes, especially, I don't know if it's definitely not the situation in Russia, and I'm not sure if it's the situation in Hungary, but definitely I think even in US, Czech Republic, there were populist leaders, power, and we all were very grateful for checks and balances and control of power. There is another fear, like fear of powerlessness. Okay, there are some people in positions of power, but they actually cannot do anything relevant. They cannot challenge our fears. So we feel some fear of powerlessness, which becomes even stronger than our fear of power. And in this context, we live in paradox because we want power to overcome fear, but exactly this fear produces distrust, which prevent us from any future-oriented projects or trust to others, and so we cannot positively reconstruct power, maybe in this fake Heideggerian way, which was presented by Havel, or in other ways. Exactly this fear prevents us, and so we still live in some new reality, but as it was somehow depicted in 18 Brumaire of Louis Bonaparte by Karl Marx in introductory lines, we work with old tools. He had that idea that those were only masks, but new social reality will produce good use of this mask. But I am not as optimistic as Karl Marx was, and I think we really, as I'm not so economically determinist or culturally determinist, I'm afraid that we use those old tools in bad way and not inadequate to our situation. And here I will end. Thank you very much for your.
Now we are moving to Gábor Zoltán Szűcs, Utopia of Fear. So continuing the.
Yeah, and in one important sense, I will discontinue this topic because we already listened to the presentations of two András and Jed, but I will be Zoltán. So let's start with the title of my presentation, Utopia of Fear, and I have a confession to make because it was originally intended to be a joke, especially because it's a reference to Judith Clark's Liberalism of Fear, and as you may or may not know, she explicitly stated that the so-called liberalism of fear is non-utopian. It is captive, it is tolerant, but it is non-utopia. And she was a scholar of utopia in its own terms, and it seemed to me an important thing because my presentation's main topic is the relationship between realism, especially contemporary realist political theory, and utopia. And Sklar is very often cited as one of the predecessors of contemporary realist political thought, especially his name is associated with the liberal strand of contemporary realism, especially because Bernard Williams is very fond of her work, and he made a lot of references to Schlar's liberalism of fear, but also from a much younger generation, Edward Hall started to publish a lot of essays on Judith Schlar, even though the relationship between contemporary realism and Schlar's work was criticized or questioned by some other authors recently. So it means that she's not one of the contemporary realists or the predecessor of contemporary realist political thought, but still there is a connection here. And I thought that in this at least half-joking way, it would be really interesting to explore the relationship between realism and utopianism by making this reference to her work and ask whether it is possible to use a certain understanding of liberalism, the liberalism of fear, to think about politics in non-utopian or non-utopian ways. And of course, this is at least prima facie a hopeless attempt, especially because she was against utopiazing the liberalism of fear. But on the other hand, I think there is space here to disagree with her. So the topic, as I just said to you, is the relationship between realism and utopia. And this relationship is usually presented as some contradiction, two things irreconcilable with each other. For example, in a 2016 article written by Benjamin McKean and published in the American Political Science Review, he discusses Raymond Joyce's and Bernard Williams's works concerning human rights as anti-utopian works, and he argued that they are mistaken because their criticism of the utopianism or alleged utopianism of human rights discourse is very problematic because they actually rely on certain values which they criticize in the name of anti-utopianism. So there is some inbuilt contradiction in their work about that, but still I think it's a very good starting point to think that realism and utopia are in some kind of contradiction with each other. So for the purposes of this presentation, what is utopianism? I'm a political theorist right now. I do a lot of other stuff, but this presentation is studying political theory. And in political theory, usually people speak about utopianism in terms of the dichotomy between ideal theory and non-ideal theory. And ideal theory, which is an attempt to think about political problems in terms of general principles and showing that we can give justifications for certain political institutions in terms of these principles, or we can point out the unjustifiability of certain political institutions because they do not correspond to these principles. It's very often characterized as utopia, not just by the critics, but sometimes even by the proponents. Famously, John Rawls tried to offer something he called realistic utopia. You can be very suspicious about this conceptualization, but according to him, a realistic utopia is an attempt to reconcile two seemingly irreconcilable ideas. First, to be realistic in the sense that what you propose in your theory will reflect human morality and human psychology. So it will remain within the boundaries of what humans can, at least in theory, achieve in their lives. But on the other hand, it also must be utopian because it should envision something that is beyond the limitations of the already existing institutions. And the big idea is to widen our horizon by thinking about things that they not exist yet, but can be actually realized in the future. This kind of defense of utopianism is not a lonely thing or a lonely voice within political theory. More recently, David Eston, for example, argued against what he calls utopophobia, the idea that political philosophy should not offer utopias. And he says that actually political philosophy should study utopia, should be utopian in the sense that it should not be bothered by the impossibility or unrealizability of certain ideas, because it should not be limitations on our imagination. What really should matter to us is whether something, a good philosophical idea, a good argument, a coherent argument, it should matter much more than its feasibility. And he also says, he actually wrote a long book about this, but he started to publish about this well before his most recent monograph about this topic, that a good political philosophical argument should engage with utopian ideas, and it is very important for them. So let's back to the other side of the dichotomy. We can also have non-ideal theory, and we could take a look at what is around us in the world and ask how we can address the problems we are facing in the real world. And of course, we can think that ideal theories do not address these problems. They speak about something else, something interesting, but not relevant enough. So we should start instead with looking at the world and try to develop theoretical answers to these problems. And in some sense, you can think that non-ideal theory is a non-utopian theory. But is this really how we should understand realism's deep suspicion against utopianism? If our answer is yes, then contemporary realist political theory is just another non-ideal theory. But contemporary realists passionately argue against labeling them as non-ideal theories. They say that their main target is what they call moralism. It's not the problem that we can have these general principles, but the problem is that a lot of normative political theory conceives itself in terms of applied morality, applied ethics. So the big problem is that they violate the boundaries of the realm of morality, and they try to expand certain ideas, the scope or the domain of certain ideas over the domain of reality, and that's the big problem for them. In my understanding, there are at least two major strands of contemporary realist political theory. One that I call liberal broadly Williamsian, and there are a lot of examples you may or may not know, that says that this problem appears because there is a certain rationalistic ideal behind modern moral philosophy, and that's the big problem. So the idea to the different elements of our political ethical concerns convert toward some united theoretical knowledge. And this is what we should question, and this is what we should argue against when doing political theory, because the answer to our major political problems, political ethical challenges, cannot be found in these big theories. Why? Not because ideal theory is wrong, but because we don't really need these big theories unifying the different parts of our knowledge. So when they are arguing against moralism, they do not argue against the relevance of moral ideas to politics. They are arguing against what Bernard Williams famously called a peculiar institution, a certain form of doing moral philosophy. And the other form of contemporary realist political theory I call radical, and it has another idea, and you can sum up this idea very easily in the words of Raymond Goyce, who says that what you call ethics is actually that politics. So something that is left there and labeled as an ethical truth or ethical knowledge, but is actually a remainder of some past political conflict, and something that is actually a reflection of power relations. So, is it anti-utopianism a very good, useful concept to describe the main problem of realists? So, realistic utopia is something that is really irreconcilable with the contemporary realist political thought. And I think that obviously this is not the case. And I think that there are at least three different forms of utopian or utopia-like phenomena that are quite relevant to contemporary realist political thought. One is that I call dystopia. Bernard Williams started his political theoretical works with a very Hobbesian thought that the first question of politics is how to secure peace and the conditions of social cooperation. So what we have here is the alternative to political rule, and it is the complete lack of social cooperation, the breakdown of the entire social fabric. That is why we need politics. And it doesn't say that we can actually slip into this state of Hobbesian nature, but it comes up sometimes with examples, very often repeated example of health in Sparta. And he said that this is a non-political form of domination. And of course, this is something that we cannot accept. The other form of utopia I describe here, as, again, referring back to Judith Clark, is a utopia of hope. There is a 2019 article written by Enzo Rossi and published in Constellations, and it distinguishes between three major forms of contemporary realist political thought. One he calls ordo realism, the other calls contextualist realism, and the third calls radical realism. Ordo realism is the Williamsian liberal vision, and it's it has some kind of obsession with the problem of political order, the fragility of political order, the vulnerability of political order. But what is interesting here is that Rossi argues that radical realists, because realism is not a non-ideal theory, can actually offer ideal theory in the original sense of the term, but realism as ideal theory should still stay away from two hubristic forms of doing political theory. One is what he calls the technocratic moralism, which seeks to offer blueprints for the future, and in that sense, this must remain anti-utopian. And the other form that realism, radical realism, should avoid is ideological moralism. The works of Gerard Cohen or David Asmund, who offered a solution to the problems of ideal theory through banishing facts from justification. And he says that realism should somehow factor in the basic facts of politics, and still it would remain offering some kind of ideal theory and can be utopian in the right sense of the word. And the title of his article is actually Being Realistic and Demand the Impossible. And it I think, pretty nicely shows the basic problem here. But I also think that there is a third form of utopia. And this is what I call the utopia of fear, because I really think that even liberal realists cannot really give up their ambition to imagine scenarios that are not existing, may not be realized, they may not even want to realize, but still the entire realist project is based on the idea that politics is about conflict. It is based about discontent. It is based on conflicts between desires, interests, political projects. So it needs some general vision. And I'm not saying that it must be the same vision for each and every person sharing this realist outlook, but you need some kind of vision about a different kind of politics, even if you may remain skeptical about its feasibility. So you might be interested in tolerating competing visions of another kind of politics. But I think that this is actually compatible with the idea of liberalism of fear, and I think that this is something that it serves much better the purposes of the liberalism of fear than what Sklar in time offered as a non-utopian thing, because I really think that you cannot really just give up on offering something instead of what you have, because if you do that, then you give up on politics. So that's the conclusion of my presentation, and thank you for your attention.
We made a full circle between the Easter Rising and to this Sklar. So let the presenters come out, and then we have something like 20 minutes for discussion. So I hope that there will be individual and collective questions as well. Floor is open. If you are thinking, I can maybe start a couple of issues. I mean, like one I wanted to raise to Eglantine, and I like the very last sentence you said that it contrasted nationalism and progressive thinking. And I think at the turn of the century, this contrast doesn't hold. Simply, I mean, like you have still these kind of nationalist projects, which are kind of national democratic or national socialist not in the national socialist sense, but which are actually trying to negotiate. And then, of course, at that point, it is still very open. And then, of course, in the 1920s, like De Valera is not a progressive nationalist in any case, obviously, but in the 1910s, it's still open. And this is similar to what we discussed yesterday about Yugoslav utopian thinking at the 1910s. This kind of integral nationalism is kind of still having a progressive, social progressive content. So this is one thing. And to András, I wanted to ask you whether actually it's not misleading to use Mannheim for this, because I mean it's such a specific normative distinction between like the transcendent of existence and congruent of existence, that I'm not sure you can use that division as an analytical category to understand what an ideology is beyond this Mannheimian, or what ideology probably you can interpret in a Mannheimian way, but utopia definitely not, because utopia is resemantized by Mannheim for his own purposes, yes, but I mean like utopia means many other things than what Mannheim was actually interpreted. And I think this would have an impact on your whole analysis, because then I think the contradiction between, let's say, utopian and ideological liberalism, for example, doesn't hold. Yes, I mean, like it doesn't relate to reality the way it is related in the Mannheimian construction, because I mean every ideology ultimately is projecting some sort of kind of thing that is not there. But at the same time, every utopia is trying to extrapolate from some sort of kind of social reality that it's actually describing. So I mean, like I don't think the Mannheimian logic would do service to your analysis, actually. And then to Andrzej, I mean, my question, I understand the pathos of what you are saying, but couldn't we turn this argument the other way around as well? That what can we do actually with these previous stages of utopian and, if you want, anti-utopian liberalism now? And if I can pick up on what you made out of Bibo, for example. So I mean, like you read Bibo as a utopian Democrat, yes, but at the same time, I mean, actually, half of like all his analysis about fear is actually coming from Ferrero, and Ferrero is actually, of course, is a critic of the French revolutionary radicalization. And if you read the context of what Bibo writes, I mean, he's actually writing that it's exactly the French revolutionary, basically religious war is actually destroying the early modern, more linear progress towards kind of from early modern estates liberties to modern political liberties. So actually there is a kind of anti-utopian liberalism in the Biboian construction. It's not just a utopian liberalism, actually it's a complex balance. In fact, he goes back to Hobbes in this whole argument about fear. And if you take that into account, then probably there is one aspect that is important in his thinking, and that is a little bit a question to Zoltán as well, is that isn't there a modality of Uchronia in addition to utopia here? Because like exactly what Bibo is doing is actually he's telling that the way somehow to go beyond this cleavage between democratic and anti-democratic, or utopian and anti-utopian democracy, is to actually tell a possible story of how it could have been if there is no clash between, in his case, church and progress. Yes, I mean, like he's telling in his Uchronia text that had it been that the Catholic Church and the Marxist tradition is somehow finding a compromise, then Marx Pater would have been sitting in the Vatican and would have been writing the papal encyclical Spectrum Pervadit Europam, and then basically in the 20th century there wouldn't have been totalitarianism, but there would have been a small pogrom in Germany where 6 Jews were killed. Yes, so I mean, like he creates a kind of alternative story through this exactly alternative history. Yes, so and then I'm kind of thinking whether the potential resource against dystopian democracy is actually uchronic alternative possibilities that we are kind of actually telling as narratives. Yeah. So I mean that, and I think that relates also to a certain extent. So this is my question, but maybe we can collect some other questions and then we can go around the answer with colleague.
A question for Argentina about Pierce's writings. It's a question about sort of unity of the nation and the question of political representation. And I wonder, I think like in the Irish Rebellion, I mean, I'm not a scholar of this, but just reading some of the political texts, it seemed to me that this idea of an integral nation sort of precludes any idea of dividing representation into constituencies. So rather representatives represent the nation as such, like this is how it is in standard Western European and North American parliamentary debates. You sort of are representing the nation, even though you're coming from a different political faction. But you don't have, for example, the right to recall your representatives. You have to wait till the term is over and a new election happens. And the sort of, very particular concerns of a certain constituency aren't necessarily represented as particular, but rather as part of a sort of bigger national frame. And I wonder if you could reflect a little bit on what representation would mean in this much more sort of revolutionary situation, Connolly versus Pierce, like what the different conceptions are.
Yes, many presentations were concerning or touched upon the issue of liberalism. My question is very simple. In your opinion, this is a question actually to all of you. How to be today a non-utopian liberal?
How to be a liberal?
Yeah, of course. It's details the discussions, right? But I'm curious.
I can take one more.
Also, like, was a question about Pierce. How precisely is his economic program in regards to land ownership, and how radically does he conceive redistribution of wealth, especially in terms of land reform? Because it seems to me that in East Central Europe, especially if you think about the momentum of the 1848 revolution, this issue of abolition of feudalism and the ability of particular national movements like the April laws in Hungary to kind of link the national emancipation story with the emancipation of independence is really crucial in this story. Of course, in the Irish case as well, but I'm not so much familiar about the legal aspect of how the Irish land reform went on. And at the point of the Eastern Revolution, what were the issues in this whole question of the peasantry, and what are how exactly does Pierce, what is his program in sort of linking this land issue with the national issue?
So maybe we can have a round of answers, and then we will have time for another round of questions if the answers are not super long. So maybe we can start with anything.
Not super long. Okay, big questions. I'm trying to give very concise answers, and thank you so much for all your questions. I start with the last one, and then I kind of work my way backward, I think. As regards Pierce and the land question, the British government did try to sort out the land question. It's been an ongoing process. So from the 1830s, 1880s, and there was a very important land act, the Wyndham or Wyndham Land Act of 1803, which kind of returned the land to the tenants. I'm not saying it solved the problem in any way, but it was a step forward. So I'm going to talk specifically about Pierce. The land question is less of a pressing issue than in writings of others from the period. And I tell you why, because he was member of the Gaelic League, and his main point was the bringing or the kind of reforming or the rejuvenation of the Irish language. So that was his major program. So he was less concerned with land or with workers' rights or with the trade unions. Others who were members of the ICA or the volunteers, they would have been more pressed about those issues. That kind of links to, so he would have advocated of the whole land, all of the land of Ireland, belonging to what were tenants at the time. But of course, there's always the problem of Northern Ireland, and the whole issue whether they are part of the nation or not. And I don't want to kind of go into that. But in relation to kind of link your question to your question back there, I'd just like to say, and I think it links to Andre's presentation as well. The other important for him was education, and I think this is where himself and Connolly really differed, because Connolly just was preoccupied with workers' rights, whether Pearce went along this idea that you mentioned, that we need to educate those people who will be given their rights in whatever democracy or republic we're going to have. And he wrote this wonderful essay called The Murder Machine, in which he called the British education system as the murder machine that kind of cuts into the veins of Irish life. And he advocated Irish language teaching and education of everyone, and he ran a school. And he actually called his, George knows this because I've talked about this at ELTE, his pupils were there, were fighting alongside him at Easter 1916, so he kind of took full classes, which is, a weird and amazing thing at the same time, that they would have such a dedication to their teachers and all of their teachers, because Thomas MacDonagh was there fighting alongside him. So revolutionary representation, I know I'm getting there. If I had found something that was in which he was really precise about revolutionary representation and how to represent the various existing constituencies in Ireland, I would have included that. But he was more of a kind of an idealist theoretician than the actual kind of going into the nitty-gritty of representation. I believe at the time there were about 103 or 108 constituencies in Ireland. Some counties had like north, east, south, like North Antrim, South Antrim, all of that. And when the general election was held, I'm kind of diverting from your question now, I understand, but when the general elections were held in 1918, the one that Sinn Féin won, and the one in which they refused to take the seats in Westminster and set up the Dáil, I believe 2/3 of that were, so there was a divide between 2/3 Catholic and 1/3 Protestant constituencies. And of course, there was this whole question about the British government accepting or not accepting the Dáil, or the existence of the Dáil, and that led to the Irish War of Independence. So I think when you read Pearce, there is this kind of revolutionary urgency in his writing, but when you kind of look for the nitty-gritties of running a country, that's not really there. And your question, just that's about progressive nationalism. I love that you mentioned it. There are two books that I highly recommend. One is Hepburn and Rumpf, who discusses this in detail, and David Wong's book as well. I wanted to kind of relate that back to the question of education and how, for Pearce, a reform of education, of the Irish education system, would feed into this progressive nationalist movement that he was leading at the time. And just one last word about De Valera, and I shut up, promise. De Valera is an interesting one because he was a nationalist. I think deep down he was a traditionalist, but he would have described himself as a progressive nationalist, and he gave this wonderful speech on March the 17th in 41, I believe, during the war, in which he set out his utopian vision of Ireland. There's a lot of these utopian visions around this time, and that again is a very Pearcean text, which is kind of combining very traditional and kind of progressive thought. So I hope I kind of reflect on some of that.
Yeah, I just mentioned the name of Karl Mannheim quite spontaneously as somebody who represents this dichotomy between ideology and utopia, as he famously introduced this. But my purpose was not to reconstruct his ideas and his thoughts, just to contrast these two things and to overcome these two to demonstrate that sometimes particularly in situations of rapid social change, forms of knowledge can overlap. So perhaps that was the purpose, and mentioning Mannheim was just, a point of reference, but not a claim to reconstruct his ideas. But I think it's interesting for me. Utopia is something like a perception of a system of happiness and fulfilling life. And ideology is more about mobilizing, giving identity and integrity and so on. And how these color each other, how they should be somehow separated, but still in real life in East Central Europe, at least, there were moments when there was an overlap or even a conscious proposition by several thinkers in the last 100 years to create an optimal solution for the present.
Okay. Thank you for your questions. The first one really touched me deep down because it was my weak moment, like, because you asked what to do with those legacies of past, and exactly I spoke as some unreformed Titanist utopian who thinks we can jump off our temporality and to invent everything adequate for our time. And of course, this legacy is constituting us, and we cannot escape it. And I hope I try to show that I shouldn't. But I think there is that radical utopian Titanist temptation, which I performed somehow to work with it. But I think there is some moderate version how to deal with it, and it's to see differences. Yeah, and not to appropriate the past, but see differences. And this is what I tried to do with Bibo. And of course, I don't know Bibo's sources, but I know Bibo to that extent that I know that he is of his time, the critical, skeptical, and somehow non-utopian thinker. But exactly this was the reason why I chose his quotation, that even such a thinker as Bibo define democracy in a way which, from contemporary point of view, looks like utopian in both meaning of the word, like something what is quite different from what is possible in our contemporary situation. And it maybe leads to question of Uchronia. I think you're right that sometimes Uchronia can look really naive, even more naive than Utopia, and that was the example which you presented. But maybe these Uchronian moments are exactly those moments which can save us for thinking for answer your first question, like for to think about differences of the time. Yeah.
Thank you for the question. I think that radical realist versions of utopianism have a temporal and a topical aspect. So the temporal form of this is, methodologically speaking, is genealogy. They think that it's really important to go back in history and to debunk certain concepts, certain values as actually produced by certain historical events or power relations of the past. So in that sense, I think it has a Uchronian aspect as a project, this temporal thing. But there is a forward-looking aspect of this. So sometimes they call it prefigurative politics. So you try to use certain methods on a smaller scale in the present that you would like to see used on a much larger scale in the future. So using certain organizational methods and other stuff in your own everyday practice, even though you think that this should be extended over the entire social fabric in the future, but you don't really know yet how to do that on a larger scale. So these are two temporal things, and in some sense they have some kind of Ukraine aspect. But on the other hand, I think the topical versions are also very important, and I think that when it comes to the liberal strand of realism, I think the temporal aspect is much less important than for the radical realist version, because they try to somehow to get around the obstacles of the present. So you try to go back in history, you try to go forward and get around the present. But this is not necessarily the case with a liberal kind of realism, because the big question is how to live with all these kinds of limitations in a way that is not present in our political reality, or is extremely fragile. So you can easily imagine a future where all these conditions are not there, or they are worsened or deteriorate. So that is why I think that this is a more topical kind of vision of politics.
Nobody answered the question of liberal utopia.
I think it's very easy not to be liberal. So, and it's not that easy to be non-utopian. At least this was my big experience with Claire, that it's not that easy to imagine something that does not go beyond what is given. So I think it's very easy to be utopian, not that easy to be liberal. So I'm not sure I have an answer to your question.
Okay, last short question, if there is any, which we can still address to any of the panelists. I mean, like we have would be time for one very smart question. Then the very smart question is where the coffee break. So thanks a lot for
Coffee break is right outside.
Zoli,
And we resume at 12 o'clock.
this condition of the only way that things can exist. Utopians, and there is one possible strength, and that there's no other. And you put an English novelty, saying that there are possible reality, and that is also possible narrative field to actually problematize the retrospective utopian. This is also going together with dystopian. In dystopia situation, not we, but the typical situation is to say that we are actually going back to the past for utopia. Yes, because the future is kind of uncontrollable. Let's go to the past. And then Ukraine is exactly problematizing this. Yes, so I think
Maybe you should
Hi. No, I think. Well, I can't hear you, but I hope you can hear me.
Here, I see you.
Yeah.
Okay, okay, now we're fine. Can you hear us?
Yeah.
Okay, wonderful.
As
Could you just say a few more words, please?
hello, hello.
Okay.
Thank you. I think it's,
Is there anything awkward in the shot?
no, it
No,
looks
not at
fine.
all.
Yeah, yeah, no worries.
Okay, and do you have a presentation to share?
Yeah. Shall I try that now?
Yes,
Yes,
thank
please.
you.
I'll try that. So I do share screen, and then I.
Yes.
Great.
Yes, you need to flip this as it is a presenter view for us.
Right.
You need to switch the way it is presented. So we need to see the presentation and you need to see on your laptop the presentation view.
Yeah, I understand that. I don't know how exactly to do that. Perhaps it's because I have two screens here. Let's see if I disconnect
Yes.
the external screen.
Then in that case, please share the external screen within the call. Not your entire screen, but the second screen to which you receive the full screen presentation. Yes, like that. Or you can stop screen sharing and afterwards start the presentation and share the second screen.
Right. I have to try that because I need two screens. So now I have. How do I share the second screen?
So first you need to start the presentation.
Yeah.
And when you have the presenter view in front of you and the presentation on the second screen, then you can switch over to Zoom and share the second screen only.
Cool, thanks. So I basically have to flip the screens, right? Yes.
Yes.
And now if I go forward.
Yes. That's completely
That's
fine.
great.
Do you have any audio or video content within your presentation?
No.
No. Okay, then that's all.
Yeah, that's part of the problem. So
Thank you so much. Okay. So that's all. Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you.
will,
I think it works. Yeah.
yeah.
And may I have one more question, please?
Yeah.
So, do you use a laptop or a desktop computer?
A laptop.
You might want to try out the built-in microphone of the laptop, as it might sound much clearer than your headset.
This doesn't work well. How about now? Very loud.
So you just need to go to the Zoom settings.
Yeah. How about I can try different headsets? That's the button.
It can be, but you might want to experiment with a built-in microphone of your laptop as well.
It's just I don't hear a lot of sounds back from the room.
Yes, at the moment, yes, because more people are talking, but it will be better.
Yeah, it will be silent, of course.
I'm wondering if you have an earphones, a pair of soft earphones, and you can try to set the laptop microphone as the input source. The audio input source.
Can you hear me better? Does this work better?
Let me do a little trick.
No, it's all same as this, right? Does this work better?
Okay, so now I muted down the microphone of the room,
Yeah.
but I'm talking at the moment from the laptop in front of me.
Yeah. This is
You
now
probably can hear me much better.
Yeah.
And under the audio settings for the microphone, please select the. Let me see the list.
There you have the
I
list.
think the second one, but it is the same.
Yeah, yeah, it's the same. It's just
And maybe you would like to uncheck the automatically adjust microphone volume and
yeah.
increase the slider.
How about now? Is this now better? Yeah, there is the feedback, right?
Well, if you have an other external microphone, we might want to experiment with that.
I'll, can I test another headset now?
Yes, please.
I'll do that. Just give me one second. I'll be back.
But actually, the computer sounds better than your earlier headset.
But now I'm back on the headset. Is this all right? Let me just bring one more and we'll see. Just one moment.
Totalmente visszatettem. So I put back in my
yeah.
of the room.
Sure. Yeah.
I just want to try to.
Yeah, to hear us, because somebody will be, there will be no one first. We will not talk. Thank you.
So another more modern headset might find better if it is much closer to
Oh, no worries. I mean, I had a nice conversation with Greg.
It is it's in that process. It fluctuates. I think school of English was very.
How about now?
Yes, it's almost the same as the earlier one.
The same as the earlier one. All right.
But we can hear you here, no? It's still.
We can hear.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah.
It will be better when
Yeah.
talking.
It's we not. There's so much interference from the room sound that I can't.
So this one is clearer.
Okay.
I think you can stick with this. Stick with this.
Okay, I'll speak right into the mic, and if there are any problems, I can try switch back to the computer one.
Yes.
Okay, yeah? We'll stick with this one. Good. Cheers. Thanks for fixing this.
Thank you.
All right.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Yeah, I guess that's all then. That's from her. Okay.
Yes.
Fine. Okay, she will. Yeah, I know. She will. Yeah. Okay. Thank you so much again. You can have some coffee with us if you have time. 5 minutes. Yeah.
Okay, great.
Yes.
So what we have is in Turkey, we have a one-day Irish conference. This didn't work for me yesterday. I connected to it. But I connected the wrong works.
Okay.
Yeah, so like so at Anchor, like, we had one day Irish practice each year. Really? So we chose one or two each year and organized in terms of Ireland. So every year they would fund one speaker from Ireland. That's how I met Nicholas. So every year they host a session, but the whole day is one. But I don't know if eventually they run out of photos.
Run out of money most of the time.
No, them is space. So yeah, them is space for flight hotels. You can use the
We try to, yeah.
formal dinner activities.
Yeah,
Like I don't know how it's here, but Irish shows they read a lot. Now the Western say I keep seeing they organize those public events, also workshops.
I'm gonna use that as an example next time. I mean,
No, check it out.
just to make a case, you know?
Because they're Christians. But Irish they have the money and they have promoted.
They're going to lecture you actually on Brexit. Sorry, they. Try to be present.
Before I can send you the link, then you can show us. And
We're going to talk about contemporary people.
yes.
Emergency stuff. Yes.
Yeah.
It's not that we're working it, like we have some theory. I find Utopia so interesting. I have so many questions about free will and the whole personal stuff. So first person screen and then we change the schedule. So when you join, it shares. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So she can be online and it will work. So I'm hoping it will work again in 5 minutes. But it just worked now with the IT people. And then we will go, I guess, with that again. Yeah, well, because she will be here. Maybe, whatever you prefer, of course. Thank you. I mean, she has.
Hello everyone, and welcome to our second session today. A little change to our original plan. The first presentation will be held by Natalia Beckman. I hope she's with us already. This will be an online presentation.
Maybe you should speak up a little bit.
Okay. Fortunately for all of us, I won't give another presentation, and this is my normal voice, so I will try to do my best, but it's not really important to be louder. So, hello, Natalia. I hope you hear and maybe see us.
I can see you. Thank you.
Okay. So, it's okay for you then. I think you can just start.
Right, and I'll aim to speak for 20 minutes, right?
Yeah, exactly.
I have here my timer, just in case. And if the connection breaks, or if you can't hear me properly, please interrupt and let me know, all right? Thank you. And good afternoon again, and greetings from Helsinki. This has been very fruitful 2 days for me, and I'm very much grateful to the workshop organizers to be able to join online. And my own take on the theme of the workshop comes from literary studies. I'm currently working on a book project on the utopian imagination in Central Eastern Europe after 1991 from a world literary perspective. And so I'll be talking about utopia from this angle. And I'll make 3 points in this talk, rather schematic ones, but I think there's a lot in each of them to unpack in relation to the theme of the workshop. And the first point I would like to make is in connection to utopia in Central Eastern Europe. So this would be probably preaching to the choir, but the first observation I'll make is that utopia at the moment is one of the key theoretical and artistic concerns of our time. From the study of futurity and the search for real utopias in sociology and theory, to the boom in fantastic, apocalyptic, and dystopian fiction, utopia in all its forms is intrinsic to how our age thinks the present and beyond. On the other hand, across disciplines, this sustained concern with the future is often expressed as an epistemic or formal crisis. Most notably, it is a diagnosis of our imagination of the future being in crisis. And this is a consistent diagnosis across the years. I've referenced a few works that speak precisely about crisis of imagination. So a third point to make here, I think, is that for a mediation between these two extremes, looking at the shape utopian imagination currently takes in the post-Soviet regions of Europe would be beneficial. And the reasons for it, I think, lie in the specific historical situation that this sociocultural space has. The Soviet sphere is the space in which utopia was said to have been actualized, or at least to have been achievable in the near future, the so-called radiant future. The collapse of the Soviet Union in the 1990s had two brief consequences: a sense of the end of all utopias, or of the achievement of a particular alternative future, such as joining the affluent and democratic West, for example. But soon, social, economic, and ecological catastrophes exposed this longing for the end of utopias as itself the biggest utopia of them all, as a Ukrainian writer, Yurko Prochasko, would diagnose in the year 2020. So to me, it seems that in this world literary region, we have a unique historical situation. This situation is structured, first of all, by a distrust towards official future-making projects. It is structured by a destruction of future by war, as well as by the lived experience of achieving an alternative future, if you will. So how does all this combine in the search for a better future world? And how do the cultural and social effects of such previously unimaginable thing as Soviet communism coming to an end, how does the experience of this end influence the so-called crisis of imagination when it comes to the system of late capitalism? And here I'd like you to recall that famous dictum attributed to Frederick Jameson or Slavoj Žižek, that it is easier to imagine the end of the world than the end of capitalism. And we've lived through one particular end of seemingly unchangeable system. So I won't go into examples at this point, but it is my tentative observation that after 1990s, the mainstream references to utopia in the region may be negative. As one of the talks in the previous panels suggested, there is a certain skepticism and the treatment of utopia as ideology. So utopia in this region often appears as an accusation that someone's futural visions run too close to the revival either of the imperial projects of the past or of the past national glories. But at the same time, indirectly, without being named so, this utopian desire for a better world informs and structures social imaginary of the future. And this, I think, is, you can make that observation based on analysis of how literary works are structured in the region. But before I discuss examples, I think it is necessary also for me to say in which sense I use the category of utopia. And I particularly focus on utopia as a philosophical category, following Abensour and Levitas. In this abstract sense, the utopia is a desire for a better future, for a different, better way of being. It is that which educates desire. And in a rigorous philosophical sense, this utopia cannot be expressed in concrete, that is, substantive, social, political, or aesthetic terms, which means it cannot describe an ideal place or a perfect future society, because such descriptions will be inevitably rooted in the existing discourses and will reproduce existing limitations. According to China Mieville, for example, if we take utopia seriously as a total reshaping, its scale means that we can't think it from this side, right? We can't imagine what it would be like. So if we'd like to trace this particular manifestation of utopia, we will need to look beyond the level of content and focus on the form and on the underlying structures of meaning. And here, with the underlying structures of meaning, I link Frederick Jameson's development of this trajectory of utopian thinking. A good example of how utopia educates its readers, I think, could be this famous refusal to choose between two readily available options, a good place or non-existent place. Instead of accepting this binary choice, a utopian procedure demonstrates that the whole structure may be unnecessary in the first place. According to Frederick Jameson, utopian function lies in such gesture of negation. Utopia doesn't help us to imagine a better future. It doesn't help us to come up with a concrete solution to the existing problems, but it reveals, and I quote Jameson, it reveals the ideological closure of the system in which we are somehow trapped and confined to such a degree that we simply cannot imagine an alternative. And more precisely, this is I have on the slide, this summary. More precisely, utopia is an operation of negative dialectic. It doesn't unite the two opposites in some impossible synthesis, but it retains both terms in their negation of each other and thus allows to grasp the moment of truth of each term. The utopian procedure, understood semiotically, then is a double negation. And it reveals limitations of the status quo, it reveals limitations of the existing alternatives, and the structures of thought that block us from thinking in radically new ways about the future. This, of course, is only one particular understanding of utopia, but I think in the context of literary works, where usually only the content is discussed, I think it is important to stress this particular take on utopia. And now, to link this utopian angle to the focus of the workshop on democracy, I think I could say that based on my observations, democracy way more explicitly than utopia figures as one of the key concerns of public debate in Central Eastern Europe and in my case study for today's talk in contemporary Ukraine. But democracy is anything but a straightforward topic, as I think we've learned in the course of this workshop. Let me give you an anecdotal example, which you perhaps also are familiar with already. Before Volodymyr Zelensky became the president of Ukraine, he was a stand-up comedian and an actor. And his well-known TV series, Servant of the People, had such a good premise that made it so popular. You know, a representative of the ordinary people is elected president. The actual ordinary people, and not, for example, business elites, are represented in the state governance in a truly democratic fashion. But ironically, when Zelensky actually won the presidential elections in 2019, the country's opinion became extremely divided. Many didn't go to vote at all. Many were left very bitter about the stupidity of fellow citizens who could fall prey to such straightforward populism. And heated social media discussions continue to this day, whether democracy is such a great organizing principle for politics. Because what if the majority of demos are fools? What if, as it actually happens, the majority of the population can be successfully manipulated? And this conversation carries on also directly, indirectly in literary works. In the year 2020, Serhii Zhadan, one of the hugely influential writers and cultural figures, was considering what is the future of Ukraine, say, after the Russian-Ukrainian war. And he was, of course, still thinking of the one started in 2014. And that future inevitably had to be discussed in terms of democratic choices, in terms of political elections. Zhadan observes that somehow precisely this question of choice and of the inevitable responsibility for one's choice is a particularly urgent and a painful one in our country lately. Sometimes one has the impression that choosing the future for our country, we do so not because we care for someone, and he means future generations, but out of vengeance, locking ourselves into a corner only to then bravely fight to get out of that corner. And at the same time, as this dissatisfaction with the existing structure of democracy exists, there is this fight for democracy, however it is conceived. Because if you think what was the catalyst for major popular uprisings in Ukraine in 2004 and indirectly in 2013, it was a limitation of democratic elections, right, in 2004, and it was an increasing authoritarian tendencies in the government in 2013. So there is this kind of paradox where people complain about democratic system as it is arranged, but also continue fighting for it. I think I will not go into further details here. I still wanted to consider this democratic paradox, but I will move to the third point and the final section of my talk, where I would like to unite then the utopic and democratic concerns with the help of a short case study from contemporary Ukrainian fiction. And I look at fiction these days because I think in times of social crisis, literature renews its role as a site of articulation and discussion of what it means to be a certain kind of society. And in times of war, moreover, the very possibility of society's future is suspended, if not destroyed. And this has profound effect on public discourse as well as on the literary discourse, because the future is suspended, but at the same time, war brings about absolutely urgent, persistent questions about the future. When will it end? How can it end? And how do we live after? If there is no visible answer to the combination of these questions, if the war drags out into a new routine and ceases to be a state of exception, what kind of temporality organizes a society without a future? There is, of course, that extreme one of the here and now, of basic daily survival. But beyond this immediate daily level, when the state of exception becomes a routine, I think that the absent future becomes substituted by utopia. The absent social future is then translated into utopia. And in a sense, in this following sense that I've now also summarized on the slide, the future is open-ended, suspended, destroyed, and this open-endedness combines with a militant desire to achieve a better future, however impossible or unrealistic it may seem, right? So the destruction of the future, it does not lead to apathy, to inaction, but it does generate this forward looking action towards something that seems impossible at the moment. And this, I think, is kind of a utopian temporality, if there is one. And to remind you of that operation of the double negation I mentioned earlier, drawing on Jameson, I think that operation captures this desire because it refuses the available options that are not satisfactory. And as an example of what I mean, I'd like to quote here an imaginary interaction Ursula Le Guin cites in one of her essays on Utopia. She writes, "I am offered the Grand Inquisitor's choice. Will you choose freedom without happiness or happiness without freedom? The only answer one can make, I think, is no." So the syntactic and semantic model of this answer is, to my mind, a utopian operation in a nutshell. And now, having just a few minutes left, I would like to exemplify this utopian operation with the help of a literary text, Ivan Semesiuk's humorous, brutal, and uncompromising satire called Farshutka. And this text grapples with the absurdity of the Russian invasion of Ukraine in 2014. In the text, the small bus called Farshutka, full of different social types, and a talking baboon, which Semesiuk drew himself on these pictures here. This small bus finds itself in the middle of an epic battle with propaganda cliches and magical debris flying from the self-imploding Russia. The action unfolds in the course of a fateful day, which, according to Bhagavad Gita, the sacred text of Hinduism, is called the Day of Brahma. And during this day, every living entity is annihilated and unmanifest because the day changes into the night. The annihilation apparently starts with Russia, which decides to use this fateful moment and destroy in the process as much of the world as possible with the literal pieces of its own country and its people. So Semesiuk goes into this strange allegories and draws on very different mythologies to construct the sense of absurdity that this war brings about. And published in 2016, this text faced the binary non-choice Ukraine had at the time and still has now between engaging in what the majority would think is a futile resistance to Russia or surrendering right away. Faced with this non-choice for a very long time, the Ukraine's political, social, and cultural debates have had some, I guess, ways of trying to think through it. And Farshutka, for example, cuts through the ideological variations on this dilemma and exposes its bare bones. It exposes this particular ideological closure either or of bad options. In the text, time and again, someone from the bus, for example, would explain their predicament, saying, like Ostav Vishnu, who was talking, saying, in principle, we are fucked. Nothing to do about it. Resistance is futile, just lie down and die, because everything was determined long ago, decided and carved into the sacred stone. The universe has to collapse, whether we want it or not, and Ukraine will go out with it. And at the same time, the whole text is about resisting and fighting back. So whenever any other character questions the point of this resistance, they immediately are reminded that all these century-old scribblings must not influence their work. The book, at the same time as it says this, the book insists that changing the course of history is well within our powers, even if it's Maha history, as Sanskrit would have it. And so for every fatalistic prophecy, such as the one from Bhagavad Gita, Fashutka replies with a different one from the literary history, such as the Ukrainian classics, Borítися, поборете. And now I'm approaching the conclusion. In the end of the book, the bus does win. It somehow manages to stop the end of the world and the annihilation by Russia. And you'd think this is a happy end. But as we know, utopian desire, utopian movement cannot be arrested, right? Because it disintegrates into totalitarian figurations. And so to keep this perpetually unresolved utopian tension, Farshutka also resists the formal imperatives of narrative closure. The bus crew sits down to eat and relax, but this is just a temporary pause. They also say they must go to Kyiv as soon as they finish the picnic because the corrupt state institutions are not going to change themselves. And the victory that they have supposedly achieved is linguistically ambiguous in the best traditions of Thomas More's neologism. One of the characters asks, "Is it a victory or a betrayal?" Vakarchuk groaned from the flower bushes. "It's both, Slavko. It's victrayal," Yuhimenko replied. You must remember that this is a satire, so it has found the form in which to grapple with these impossible questions. So to conclude, I think I'll just stress how texts like Farshutka, their form, their innovative form, how they draw attention to a particular satirical and indirect figuration of utopia in contemporary Ukrainian literature. Understood in a formal way, such utopia doesn't offer a vision of a future to be read in democratic or in other terms, but what it does is offer a crucial revelation, that there is nothing natural or necessary about the current situation. There is nothing immutable and set in stone in different analytical predictions about the social world, political trajectories, and possibilities for change. The future can be different from what its contemporary projections say, but it would require an inhuman amount of dedication and work. And it is significant, I think, that Farshutka entrusts this task of bringing about a better future to a heterogeneous group composed of different social strata of humans, animals, and demigods, and their unlikely cooperation, thus tying the utopian desire back again to a desire for an ideal, a democratic society. And I think I'll stop here. Thank you.
It would be the best if you had some minutes for asking questions about this presentation, because technically I think it would be more.
Oh, it's mostly just comments to add to Natalia's things. It's just the musings that I, as a Ukrainian, kind of also thought about. Well, first of all, the quote. I'm going to start from the end. The quote about the victory or betrayal. It's just it's a very prominent kind of meta narrative amongst Ukrainians. It's this lens through which we most often perceive like all sorts of political, like whatever news we're discussing. This is like this dual lens. It's so prominent that it kind of already is becoming memified in the social media. But it just struck me how this seemingly kind of innocuous quote just has this, like, it's much more imbued with with context. If you know about this duality and how prevalent it is in Ukrainian political discussion, and then this short comment about the servants of the people and the whole phenomenon of how this populist series managed to. It's just the particularly striking thing about it was that I remember some sort of statistic about Ukraine being around, actually I think it was 2019 or something like this, that Ukraine was like the lowest, the country with the lowest levels of trust in government, and that it's something about like 9% of people who really trust in the government, and there's just all sorts of authority structures, and the fact that this has this really simple populist kind of propaganda, which was not actually about the democracy super like that much, because one of the more famous scenes there was this teacher who becomes president, played by Zelensky, imagining how he like hates the corrupt, horrible parliamentarians so much that he just shoots them very brutally. It was a scene that was played up for a comedic effect, obviously, but this is one of the most famous and celebrated scenes in there, which people really kind of related to, which is also a very interesting question as to what does it say about Ukrainians and Ukrainians, especially when they're electing people. Like, why would you want to elect people who you want to kill? But this so the amount of effect it had on such a disillusioned country was fascinating. I'm pretty sure that there should be some sort of research on like how because the numbers of for both for the Servant of the People Party and Zelensky, those landslide victory was phenomenal. Since Ukrainians actually, and Natalia actually mentioned this, we mostly kind of we vote with vengeance. We vote against more often than we vote for. This was unprecedented, I would say, for quite a while in modern Ukrainian history. So yeah, that's just some of the additional comments I wanted to add.
Okay, thank you. Next question / remark.
I'm Monica Bar, and my question actually relates to the images that you were showing us. Are they drawn from the book? Because I think that when we think of Utopia, still we think of the written word, whether this is a piece of political thought or whether this is literary fiction. But here we see utopias visualized. So that I guess they are not just illustrations; they have a central message. And perhaps you could comment on that.
I just want to underline this. Actually, I really loved the ships, and I also wanted to ask more about that because it was so very powerful, and I was curious about its connection to the presentation. But I hope there are some other questions as well. Yes.
Hello, Natalia. This is George. Fighting you shall overcome. That very peculiarly resonates with the last line of the play I was talking about yesterday, which is Ember tűz és bízva bízza, man, you shall strive and have faith. So that's very interesting. We have in common with Hungary and the Ukraine. And I have a question about Farshutta. One is that, is it available in English? Because it seems fascinating to me. And the second, if whether you could reflect on the cover, because that was very interesting, partly Latin, partly totally Ukrainian. I was very much interested what that all about. Thank you for your presentation.
Okay, I think we have some questions, remarks, so if you wish, you can start to answer now.
Yes, thanks so much for the comments. I think back to the first reflections. I think I just want to highlight the last sentence in Ranciere's observation about democracy here on the slide that I didn't go through. That we have in fact are called democracies, but in fact they are oligarchic governments because the power belongs to a few people or groups that are elected, and the system reduces democratic action only to the election process. So I think in Ukraine's case, particularly visible this situation, that people try to influence social future on the whole only through these elections. And then there is a lot of different sentiments and resentments put into this. And there's a lot of kind of heated discussion when it comes to elections. When it comes to art, the pictures I showed, Ivan Semesyuk is an artist himself, and he's done a lot of things. But the ones that I mostly showed are by Katerina Kosyanenko. And they are not related to Farshutka, but they are nevertheless part of this very interesting project I was following, where other Ukrainian writers participated. Kosyanenko's paintings were used as illustrations to works of fiction published in the recent years, and the project was called Paintings That Became Books. Serhiy Zhadan, for example, participated in that project, and other Ukrainian poets. So there is then the dialogue between the paintings of Kosyanenko and certain literary texts, and they are published together. But for me, Kosyanenko's paintings, for example, for this context, they capture the kind of paradoxes that are united, say, in Ukraine's reality, or in these texts that I consider utopian, even though they are not called utopian, the paradoxes of, imagery from religious icons, 19th, 18th century, and contemporary realities, that contemporary kind of cities that are transposed onto each other. This layering of contradictory, sometimes, ideas that are nevertheless united. And through that unity, some sort of a different meaning, or at least a possibility of a different meaning, arises. And with Semesyuk, his text is not translated into English, but the cover, specifically here in Parshutka, the combination of languages and registers and mythologies, these are elements of what I would describe as the contemporary genre of Menippean satire. And in my work more generally, I am trying to develop a theory of how in Central Eastern Europe, Utopia finds its genre expression not in the novel, not in the more mainstream types of texts, but specifically in Menippean satire. Farshutka would be one example. There are ones translated into English, such as Volodymyr Rafeenko's Mondegreen, for example. So there is the whole trajectory of Menippean satire / utopia in the region since, I think, 1980s, 1990s, and that's something I'm exploring. But thank you for your comments, and thanks for this opportunity.
Thank you very much. And if there is no further question, then I think we should proceed with the second presentation. And I think we should proceed with Darina Kolyagina's presentation.
Colleagues, well, hello, and thank you for coming to this conference. This is my first conference, so if I do seem nervous, that's because I am. So, Today, I would like to talk about a very peculiar spatial and temporal juncture in world history that allows us a unique opportunity, in my opinion, to study the overlap between the world of fiction and the reality, the fictional and the factual, if you please, and especially when it comes to utopias. And this juncture is located in the newly emerging Soviet Union, primarily in the 1920s. And the thing is, when a given society combines technological advances and a new type of political and social organization, we receive a great opportunity to study futuristic aspirations of its intellectual elites. And the end of the 19th and the beginning of the 20th century is a time of significant scientific discoveries in the Western world, which, well, not to the fullest extent, but we're reaching out to the developed by the scientists in Russian Empire first, and then when the empire ceased to exist after a very tumultuous and bloody revolutionary processes and the World War I. A new power emerged in its wake, and some of the scientists, quite a substantial amount of the scientists, were able to adapt to this new system one way or another and resume their work. And on the other hand, then there were radical Bolshevik attempts to redesign the societal order and seemingly replace the hierarchy of the old empire. At least that's what the proclaimed ideas we're trying to do. In his correspondent chapter on the Soviet and Russian utopias, Mikhail Suslov writes in the Palgrave Handbook of Utopian and Dystopian Literatures that it became a land of living socialist utopia, the scouting party of humanity. And curiously enough, Bolsheviks and Lenin in particular, in writings like The Three Sources and Three Component Parts of Marxism, or Two Utopias and others, true to critique of utopian socialism by Marx and Engels, were quite rebuffing the notion of utopias, which this critique was so well known that I've noticed it was brought up several times during this conference alone. And yet it's hard to deny the truly utopian nature of early Soviet aspirations that permeated virtually all spheres of life, not just the cultural ones, but societal and political as well, and down to I would say, even to the futuristic urban planning. So the utopian spirit was everywhere at once. And one of the best cases through which this can be studied, the relationship, this complex relationship between historical utopian projects and literature of the time that had a utopian and futuristic core, was the phenomenon of the new Soviet man, which was an aspiration to create a new model citizen for the era of communist bliss. Nikolai Krementsov, a modern historian of science, of Russian historian of science, wrote that from its very birth, the Bolsheviks' foundational doctrine, Marxism, has been saturated with ideas about new men, the great digger of capitalism, the builder of future communist society. It comes as no surprise then that some Russian Marxists greeted with much enthusiasm the intense studies and development of various biophysico-medical technologies for making of the new men, pursued by visionary biologists before and particularly after Bolsheviks seized power. Most notorious of these experiments were arguably the ones conducted by Russian scientist Ilya Ivanov, that's him, a specialist in artificial insemination and interspecies hybridization, who started a project to create a human-ape hybrid. While this project sounds extremely outlandish and unethical to us now, it was nevertheless supported and approved for funding by Bolshevik leaders of high ranking, namely Anatoly Lunacharsky, the Commissar of Enlightenment, and Lev Kamenev, a member of Politburo and deputy head of the Soviet Commissars. And that was not the only attempt so far, that was just more interesting one, to expand the physiological abilities of humans. The list of scientists keenly interested in this topic would include world-famous physiologist Ivan Pavlov, who was not, arguably, he was not trying to create a new Soviet man precisely, but still conducted very interesting experiments. Psychiatrist Vladimir Bevterev, Nikolai Koltsov, arguably the most famous Soviet eugenicist, geneticist Yuri Filipchenko, psychologist Georgy Chelpanov, and numerous others. But it's not only physiological enhancements that will create a new Soviet man, since he should also be morally superior in a sense of total devotion to communist ideals. When describing the describing the communist men of the future in the 1924 book of his called Literature and Revolution, Leon Trotsky wrote that he will try to master first the semi-conscious and then the subconscious processes in his own organism. And within necessary limits, he will try to subordinate them to the control of reason and will. Man will make it his purpose to master his own feelings, to raise his instincts to the heights of consciousness, to make them transparent, to extend the bars of his will into hidden recesses, and thereby to raise himself to a new plane, to create a higher social biologic type, or if you please, a Superman. The Superman quote, I think, would particularly remind us of later attempts, very, very infamous attempts at eugenics. Trotsky here underlines the point that mere moral superiority can change such an individual almost to the biological extent, which is quite different from the actual biologist trying to enhance a human being. And it is important to note here that discussions of new Soviet men and that in the discussions of new Soviet men, the morality and adherence to communist ideals was often postulated as having transformative powers and being crucial for the future communists. The list of people who were writing extensively of their own visions of creating such a progressive men, the new part of the collective, include Lenin, Gorky, Lunacharsky, well, and many other famous both party leaders and the intelligentsia. Bolsheviks strive to control biology and basic instincts through the power of conviction in all spheres of life. A good example of that can be found in various initiatives to control the sex drive and sexual behavior amongst the proletariat, which often varied from programmatic documents. Here we have an excerpt of the 12 sexual commandments of the revolutionary proletariat by Soviet psychologist Aaron Zalkind, which is a fascinating read. Or the works of fiction. This is Alexandra Kolontai, I'm sure you've heard of her. The love of worker bees, and then she also had a great love, the first woman in the Bolshevik government, most prominent woman in Bolshevik government, who was often erroneously hailed as a herald of free love and promiscuity amongst young communists, and often she got a lot of flack from Lenin, even though that's not all of his criticism was actually correctly attributed to her. And the fictional literature of the time reflected these aspirations. For example, physician Fyodor Ilyin published his Valley of New Life 4 years before Huxley's Brave New World, and the two books have many parallels. Despite advanced technological development, it's primarily the new superior physicality combined with specialized upbringing of the lab-grown people of the future that make the Valley a truly utopian place. And in both works, these advancements allow the new social order to emerge. And this order, where a family has been abolished and everyone serves their purpose as a part of a bigger system, sounds awfully familiar to some of the revolutionary Bolshevik ideas, which is interesting, since the creators of this supposed city of future in Ilyin's book, where the American capitalist Queensleys were imposing their own will onto the superhuman race through telepathy and other means of indoctrination. And the question here, of course, can we quantify this individual who fit the mold of the new Soviet men perfectly, but are not governed by Communist Party? And whether this society can be considered truly utopian if the fictional narrator ends up fleeing it. And another interesting question about literary depictions of new Soviet men it was how widespread it was in literature outside of Soviet Russia, something that modern scholarship of early Soviet utopias, unfortunately, does not venture outside of Russian literature often enough. To explore this question, let us take a brief look at some of the books from the Beautiful Catastrophes series by a Ukrainian Soviet writer, Yuri Smolich. That's him. He was the editor of the Universal Journal, or just simply abbreviated to USH as usual. That was published from 1928 and was one of the main forces behind the. He was one of the main creative forces behind the kind of emergence of science fiction in Soviet Ukraine. In book one of the series, titled Dr. Halvanescu's Enterprise, that was published in 1929, we're introduced to main characters: a protagonist, a young woman, and a very idealistic Soviet citizen, Yulia Sakhno, who studies agriculture, and the antagonist, the renowned Romanian Dr. Halvanescu, who is known for unbelievable results in growing crops in the lands through unknown technologies, is mysteriously feared by the local populations in Bessarabia. Dr. Halvanescu fits the mold of a mad scientist in Soviet literature, who's often portrayed as using science to serve his own interests or employed by capitalists, as opposed to serving the greater good as a scientist should. And at first, we are introduced to the wonders of mechanized production that Doctor shows to Yulia, but she soon finds out that the main secret to Doctor's success is not that, but it's in fact transforming the bodies of poor Ukrainian labor workers into living, working, mindless slaves by replacing their blood with a special liquid. So soon enough, the reader is led to believe that all of the Doctor's speeches about innovations are but a cover for him to exploit a common worker, which is a very traditional Soviet view on capitalist enterprise owners. While Yulia initially exposes his unethical practices, he only becomes defeated in later installment of What Happened Next, which was released in 1934, where a group of Soviet scientists attempts to reverse actually the experiment results. Here we see an interesting interpretation of the new Soviet man that is closer to the Trotsky's ideas of transformation through the sheer morality and adherence to communist virtue. Here, the scientist who makes truly unique discoveries is not creating superhumans who would then build a perfect societies in Ilin's new the Valley of New Life, but instead he's making living automatons who can be exploited, and that's about the extent of their function. With the polarity reversed like this, the spirit of the book can almost be kind of turning into a grim dystopian tale about science at service of capitalism. But lo and behold, the protagonists of the story, who are like Yulia, are the ones who truly embody the idea of this virtuous young communist scientists and activists. And what happened next is particularly heavy with glorification of Soviet ideology, with all the scientific collective battling the evil doctor, and they're being presented as practically this poster perfect individuals straight from the descriptions of straight from the Soviet agitprom. Which is one of the reasons why the later novel was that actually kind of presents this sort of utopian futuristic vision of a Soviet scientist, the very virtuous and idealistic communist, has not been as popular amongst the modern readers of classical Ukrainian science fiction, unlike the first book. Interestingly enough, Smolich in general is almost completely ignored by Ukrainian readers and scholars during the modern time for allegedly being quite a prolific NKVD informant, which the debate is still out on that one. Which, along with the politically correct messaging, which we can especially see in the What Happened Next and his many other works, saved his works from being banned in the Union, like many other utopias and science fiction works, the idealistic version of the new Soviet men, although was losing ground pretty quickly, and not in the literature, not only in the literature, where since a lot of many revolutionary young writers after the 1920s became either oppressed, exiled, or simply disillusioned, but also in science. By the mid 1930s, the experiments in fields of improving humans biologically, particularly in the spheres of genetics and eugenics, were effectively banned. When Soviet science began suffering from the actions of Trofim Lysenko, arguably one of the most influential pseudoscientists throughout Soviet history, and the advance was quite beloved by Stalin, and the advance of Lysenkoism is not the only instance of stifling progress, and by extension, the initial utopian aspirations of Bolsheviks. If we are to think of the 1920s from the position of balance of an aim to build an ideal communist society and terror that was always at heart of Soviet utopia, and was the means to realize these aspirations, then after the 1920s, and well, during them kind of, but after it was especially prevalent, the terror has tipped this balance quite a lot, and utopian slogans and propagandist rhetoric would become substantially divorced from the prevailing public mood, and particularly amongst intelligentsia, and disillusionments among some of the even most passionate revolutionaries became pronounced, and utopian projects in all spheres of life, from futuristic urban planning to artistic endeavors, had no place in the system that was so much focused on exterminating the so-called internal enemy and eating its old tail, essentially. So the new Soviet man has suffered the same fate. While the idea of creating ideal Soviet citizens never really died off in Soviet propaganda, we can certainly say that it has lost its utopian aspirations and kind of became void in the end. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Presentation, and I think we should continue with the third presentation. And we will return to contemporary literature.
Yes. Should I just start or? Okay.
I can call them if you want, but I don't know what happened.
Okay, it's fine.
Okay.
I have just more visual. Okay, so may I start?
Yes,
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Good afternoon, dear colleagues, and welcome to my presentation. So first of all, I'd like to express my deepest condolences for the loss of so many lives by the deadly earthquakes in Turkey that claimed more than 50,000 lives. I am a Mercury Fellow at the Institute of Advanced Study at the University of Warwick in the Department of English and Comparative Literary Studies currently. And I would like to start off by extending my gratitude to the workshop organizers Zsolt and Eva and Darina and other distinguished members of the Institute and the University who have made this timely and significant event possible. The title of my rather informative and introductory talk today is Utopia, Dystopia, and Democratic Discourse in Contemporary Turkish Literature, which I hope will be interesting for you. Today, I would like to offer various insight into portrayals of utopia and dystopia in contemporary Turkey, particularly literary works that are related to the concepts of utopia, dystopia, and democratic discourse. For those who may not know, like Turkey has changed its name to Turkey official now, so the country's name is Turkey, which may be difficult to pronounce for the international audience. In the first part of my talk, I will first give an insight into utopian and dystopian fiction and relevant scholarship in the country to give an overview of the scholarly interest in the country. In the second part, as you see in the slide here, I will discuss how democratic discourse may be a crucial functioning tool engendering a drastic transformation in the face of a utopian society in initial solidarity, as manifested in the Turkish author Zülfü Livaneli's critical dystopia, The Last Island, or Sonata in Turkish. And this book has been translated into English now. I think it was published in the US and it's going to be published in the UK as well in English. If you have any questions or comments, I'm more than happy to respond as much as possible in the Q&A session. Under the influence of the COVID-19 pandemic, we have seen the growing interest both in Anglophone world and Turkey in research fields such as speculative fiction, the Anthropocene, and environmental humanities. Additionally, we have also seen an emphasis on decolonization, decolonizing the minds, the canon, and the curricula as a result of the increasing interest in non-Anglophone world, literatures, and cultures as we have been seeing in the last 2 days. These recent developments have led me to contemplate utopian and dystopian narratives in contemporary Turkey and further motivated me to maintain my current project at Warwick, which is work in progress. Even though a greater interest has arisen, there are still obstacles that are generally stemming from a lack of sufficient translations of relevant primary and secondary sources of utopian and dystopian fiction. The quantity of relevant sources has increased tremendously, but the lack of sufficient translations poses a big obstacle in this regard. Because there does not exist a well-established tradition, this also causes a problem in the translation of these works. Unless the translator does not have a good command of the field, translation may be highly misleading as well. This problem of translation also prevents Turkish SF, Turkish utopian and dystopian literature, from having an international audience unless the authors are translated. Even though we have authors such as Orhan Pamuk, Elif Shafak, Yaşar Kemal, Zülfü Livaneli, or Ahmet Hamdi Tanpınar, as you see here on the slide, who deal with such themes as utopia, solidarity, common good, freedom, and democracy, translated into English or other languages, this is still not at the desired level. However, we have seen also major positive developments in terms of the promotion of the field in the country, both academic and non-academic. To start with, Hatskal, or Sıcak Kafa in Turkish, directed by Mert Baykal and Umur Turagay, was released on Netflix on the 2nd of December last year. This TV series, based on Avşenkım's novel Sıcak Kafa or Hatskal with the same title, that was published in 2016, may be labeled as the first, which is my opinion, dystopian TV series in the country. Through its unique illustration, it draws particular attention to pandemic control, power use and misuse, manipulation, freedom, democratic discourse, and hope. It is also special because it was set in Istanbul, so that is kind of I think the first series of its nature. So continue. The International Dystopia Film Festival, of which I was the academic advisor for the first one, was organized by the film director Hatice Aşkın and sponsored by the Turkish Ministry of Culture and Tourism, General Directorate of Cinema. You may wonder why Turkish government is or was funding, such a project called Dystopia. We may discuss, but it was really important that they funded, especially the ministry funded such a project, because I had a huge talk with the director, and she didn't believe if she could get the funding, but then I think she was persuasive enough, so it worked out. So in the first festival, which brought distinguished actors and some public celebrities together, there were dystopian film and script contests. Additionally, there were also some academic sections in which we discussed the concepts of utopia, democracy, future ideal society, and hope. So all the talks were some of the talks were in Turkish and some were translated. So Professor Clays also gave a very important talk, and other colleagues as well. So I think it was aimed for the general audience more. So we had to use a specific type of jargon. We had to avoid using academic jargon. This was followed by another relevant event, the Dystopia Sound Art Festival organized in Istanbul, which hosted artists from over 16 countries that, through their creative practices, expressed their views of social and political structures presented as alternatives to the experienced reality, as stated in the call for paper. The private theater company, Tatbikathanesi in Ankara, established by Erdal Beşikçioğlu, performed George Orwell's dystopian novella Animal Farm in Turkish in 2012, in addition to their performance of Ray Bradbury's Fahrenheit 451 in 2020. Erdal Beşikçioğlu is a very famous figure in Turkey, and he established this theater first in Ankara and then moved to Istanbul, and then they're also supporting more independent productions, but also hosting lots of celebrities, so quite significant. And they are also putting numerous plays on stage that are critical of the current order. Another theater company, Aysa Prodüksiyon Tiyatrosu, put Orwell's 1984 on the stage with the title 1984 Büyük Gözaltı in Istanbul and across the country in 2018 and 2019. These theatrical adaptations of those cult texts make the audience question the portrayal of utopia and dystopia, social order, and democratic discourse in these fictional worlds, which probably found contextual, historical, and political implications and reflections from the socio-political contextual conjuncture. I mean, especially this one was successful, so I had the chance to watch all these productions in Ankara and then Istanbul as well. I mean, obviously 1984 was not made for stage, so in that it was kind of quite intensive production, and then because this actor is so popular, there were so many audiences just because of the name, and then later on there were interesting discussions, I think, from the audience that I was eavesdropping. Furthermore, numerous departments such as English language and literature, philosophy, sociology, history, communication, architecture, urban planning, media and political science at Turkish universities have utopia, dystopia related courses or issues which closely relate to democracy, freedom and democratic society in their undergraduate and graduate curricula, which demonstrates the broad and interdisciplinary interests that exist at many Turkish universities, as well as the transformative potential involved. I hope I have given sufficient insight into what kind of relevant scholarship exists in the country. Now I would like to briefly talk about utopian and dystopian narratives in the country. These narratives have been illustrated more frequently in literature as compared to audiovisual media, although screen adaptations and productions have also increased in quantity and quality. Literary utopias especially flourished in 19th century under the profound influence of westernization dreams and the period's social, political, historical conditions. Utopian thinking further developed, especially under the influence of the foundation of the Republic of Turkey in 1923 and the ensuing reforms introduced by the founding figure, Mustafa Kemal Atatürk. These reforms included, but were not limited to, the abolition of the caliphate in 1924, the official acceptance of the Latin alphabet in 1928, the establishment of the Turkish language institution in 1932, the regulation of dressing in 1934, and granting women the political right to elect and to be elected in 1934 on the 5th of December. The decade of the 1930s and the following decades witnessed the emergence and development of literary works with strong utopian undertones. In these works, we see various themes and issues such as religious concerns, alternative social and political systems, inequality, corruption, and other problematic aspects of the social order. Texts such as Ahmet Ağaoğlu's In the Land of the Free Man, here as you see, Şevket Süreyya Aydemir's If the Land Wakes Up, and Latife Tekin's The Garden of Forgetting are among the exemplary representative texts after the Declaration of the Republic. On the other hand, texts with an anti-utopian or dystopian tendency were also inspired and influenced by significant historical and political events, such as military coups, especially the September 12, 1980 coup d'etat, economic crises, and other social problems. The 1980s stand out as significant for the development of the genre of utopian and dystopian fiction, which Sadık Usta explains as follows. The revitalization of the political atmosphere after the 1980s, intense interest in philosophy and history, research into socialist theory, the increased interest in ecology and feminism have caused the concept of utopia and dystopia to be analyzed among the intellectuals, unquote. Literary works with a dystopian tendency in Turkish literature include texts such as Cüneyt Arca-Yürek's Coup d'etat, Zühtü Bayar's Fake Civilization or Artificial Civilization, Zülfü Livaneli's The Last Island, Ayşe Kulin's Captured Son or Captive Son from 2015, which has numerous references to the Gezi Park protest in Istanbul in 2013, this text here, and domestic violence against women in the country, Afşin Kum's Sıcak Kafa or Hot Skull, and Oya Baydar's Night of Children with Dogs, which is an eco-dystopian novel. It is, however, not that easy to categorize these texts as merely utopian or dystopian in terms of subject matter, but they have strong utopian and dystopian undertones. There may exist many other literary works which illustrate the interconnection between utopia, dystopia, democracy, and alternative world systems, but I have tried to refer to some of these texts I could find. In the second part of my talk, I would like to move to the analysis of Zülfü Livaneli's novel, The Last Island, to discuss how the manipulative democratic discourse in disguise may be a functional tool in the formation of the initial utopian order. Maybe just a brief note, Livaneli is not only an author, so he's a very famous singer in the country, and he had to live in exile, like in Sweden and in Greece, for more than 10 years. And he produced film. He's a director. He was an MP. So he has done everything, and that he has done everything quite successfully, which is I think very rare. So this picture was taken by me in London. He came to London in November. So we had the chance to go to the concert. He gave a wonderful concert with the Philharmonic Orchestra in London. So he's quite active. I think he's 75 now, and he values academic research a lot. So I wrote a chapter on the book, and he just got into contact with me and asked for the chapter because he very much wants to read whatever academics write on his canon. So Livaneli's novel presents a utopian social order on a desolate island in which the rules and expectations of the mainstream ruling body do not apply. The temporal aspect is not mentioned in the novel. The island is referred to as the last oasis of happiness, joy, and serenity. There are only 40 houses on the island. The owner of the island does not allow more immigration so as not to disrupt the beauty and balance of nature. They have been living in peace with the actual owners of the island, the seagulls, for a long time, reflecting the peaceful and almost egalitarian lifestyle between the human and non-human world. I think it's also not coincidental that he chose seagulls as the cover image, because seagulls or martı in Turkish, they are the symbols of Istanbul. I don't know, for those who have been to Istanbul, they are everywhere. You always feed the seagulls, if you take a ferry, through the Bosphorus. So it is quite a symbolic. And I read that he also did a lot of research into the nature of seagulls, while I think writing this piece. And also this piece, recently, I think last month, was put on the stage in Korea, South Korea, I've been told, which is so now there are theatrical adaptations. I don't know why it has become so popular. This paradise is disrupted by the migration of the figure called the president or Başkan, who decides to move to the island. Although he states that he has immigrated to the island to maintain a peaceful life, a retired life, he begins a gradual but radical transformation of the island. He changes the nature of the island into a dystopian reality by changing, first of all, the dress code, organizing an administrative committee, and ultimately exterminating the seagulls. The ecological balance is substantially shattered, and ultimately the houses are burned to ashes in the aftermath of his tyrannical practices. The island is reduced to ashes in the end, and the president is killed by the hunchback son of the grocer. Land ownership, competition, or the turmoil of the materialistic world do not exist on this island. The inhabitants manage to establish a harmonious relationship with nature and the seagulls. The president's arrival is a turning point in the history of the island, since a hierarchical order is strongly felt for the first time due to his undemocratic practices. His existence is recounted as the harbinger of doom, and the writer number 7, through his subversive discourse, plays a crucial role in reflecting the president's suppressive side. The writer becomes a token of defiance and rebellion, revealing the president's destructive nature through epistemological warfare. In time, a hierarchical level is established between him and the islanders. His first impression as he greets the islanders foreshadows the dystopian future of the island. The new power exercise turns out to be what regulates social life. Intervention in social and cultural life immediately ensues. Due to his staunch belief in his own divine right to rule, he begins engineering the island by ordering his men to cut the trees. This act is enough to shock the islanders, some of whom still believe that the president does not pose a threat to their island and their social life. However, the partial destruction or taming of nature is already intensified. When the islanders attempt to complain to him about depriving them of shade and the beauty of their nature and trees, they are reminded of what civilization stands for by the president, and they are made to feel as though they should apologize to him for not taming nature previously. You could see here on the slides. His eloquence here reveals him as the sole figure of power and authority, while lending a sense of inferiority to the islanders. When he finds out that some islanders do not agree with him, he discloses his hypocritical satisfaction regarding the difference of opinion, to which he responds by establishing an administrative committee consisting of 5 members: himself, the president, his wife, number 1, the writer, and another islander. Democracy, democratic discourse, and civilization at this point become key terms in persuading the islanders and transforming this island into a place that can no longer be recognized or even inhabited. His manipulative discourse enables him to exercise as much power as possible through the committee established to regulate social life. As he continues to talk about civilization and arranging life, he accentuates that democracy is the presiding principle. His acts are controversial and paradoxical in that he does not actually welcome any divergence or dissidence. Thus, he wears the mask of a democratic leader, yet he is quite hypocritical. His eloquent speech is persuasive enough to convince the majority. The islanders are made to feel nationalistic and proud of their island. This gradual transformation changes the fate of the island and leads the islanders to a state of ignorance as they start believing in whatever the president says and begin to regard the divergent figures as possible threats to the welfare of their island. After the hunchback's son leaves milk, bread, and cheese on the terrace of the president, he is beaten by the president's men for violating his privacy. This act leads to the formation of certain rules by the committee. These rules imply that those who do not abide by them are to be strictly punished by the committee out of a desire to maintain public order. The formation of this committee leads to many further restrictive decisions and movements. As time goes by, the president's hatred of seagulls starts growing as the seagulls attack his granddaughter and invade his terrace. Even though the president does not see the real figure walking on the terrace, he immediately labels the figure as a terrorist. This act causes every house and the whole island to be searched, intensifying the epistemological warfare. But the writer reveals the secret that it was only a seagull making that voice. From that moment onwards, the seagulls and the writer become the undemocratic president's new enemies. Accordingly, the president finds himself at war against nature and proposes the annihilation of the seagulls. Although many islanders are initially opposed to this proposal, they finally end up exercising the annihilation of the seagulls with guns provided by the president's men. The majority are persuaded to start the fight against the seagulls. The memory of the beautiful, charming moments with them is erased through the manipulative discourse of the president. His remarks and acts indicate that he does not actually believe in democracy, tolerance, equality, plurality, and diversity of voice and opinions. His conversation with number 1 here highlights his tyranny and his obsession with power, as you see here, equality, friendship, and democracy. This is all a bunch of bullshit, he says. The island goes through further experiences that accelerate the destruction of the islanders and the lost paradise. The seagulls are exterminated to some extent, their eggs are broken. The seagulls attack the islanders in return, which makes it almost impossible to walk outside. The foxes are brought, so it's kind of also an allegorical text. The foxes are brought to the island to annihilate the seagulls, as the foxes would steal and eat the seagulls' eggs. Due to a decrease in the number of seagulls on the island, an extremely poisonous type of snake emerges. After one islander dies due to a seagull attack, another islander dies in the aftermath of a snake attack. The president thus decides to bring snake poison to fight against the snakes. However, the islanders cannot even bear the smell of the snake poison. To do away with the snake problem, a famous expert is called due to the island to solve this problem. The famous expert orders the islanders to set up poles so that the storks can build nests on the poles and hunt the snakes as the storks migrate to the south at that time of the year. However, the plan fails. When it becomes clear that the seagulls are actually vital to the balance of nature, the president's plan to reduce the number of foxes and it fails, and then he actually wants to raise the number of seagulls again, which becomes a kind of vicious cycle. Cyanide is brought to the island and injected into meat left in the forest. This poison kills many other species as well and has turned the island into a death camp. As a last resort, the president suggests setting a controlled fire to make the foxes run out of the forest. The controlled fire gets out of control and causes the house and the forest to be burnt away. Of course, the president decides to leave the island and does not even feel guilty about his tyrannical practices. On the contrary, he blames the islanders for their failure. As you see here on the slide, democracy thus becomes a mere tool through which he manipulates the islanders and destroys the utopian dream. However, his despotism comes to a halt with the unexpected move of a seemingly minor character, the grocer's hunchback son. The hunchback son hits the president and they fall off a cliff together, which ends in their death. This dramatic moment inspires carnivalesque laughter of the sword. The hunchback son brings the president's dream to an end. Consequently, all the islanders are chained up and put into prison. The president's heroism is praised in the end. He is buried into the cemetery of heroes and terrorists are condemned. The writer is depicted as the main figure of dissidence, and because of his eloquence, rebellious remarks, and his concern about the environment, freedom, and utopia, he is not that much welcome there. To alienate the writer from other islanders, the president makes it public that the writer is a political convict that has escaped from prison, therefore an enemy of the regime. Subsequently, he is sent out of the island by his men and becomes a scapegoat for the president's failure. The high possibility that the writer is not dead in the end can be maybe interpreted in a positive light as well. Although the last island is ultimately destroyed, the writer, through divine justice, sympathizes with the fictional writer as the strong herald of hope. The writer's possible survival communicates hope. Livaneli's illustration here depicts the gradual disappearance and loss of such a utopian dream. Yet, Livaneli still accentuates the significance and maintenance of clinging to hope and utopian impulse in the face of a nightmarish reality through the writer's epistemological war and his struggle. Livaneli here implicates that, I quote, another world can be built only by action which respects the rights of others and recognizes the rights of all to essay, unquote. In conclusion, I hope I could today give you sufficient insight into utopian and dystopian narratives in contemporary Turkey, with a particular focus on utopia, dystopia, and democratic discourse. Turkish speculative fiction has finally found its own voice in the 21st century and is now discussing crucial issues of today's world, including utopia, freedom, and democratic society. I believe that the country has a good potential for scholarly work on such narratives. The texts I have touched on testify to an evident dystopian and/or utopian vein in Turkish literature. Through these narratives, the authors of utopian dystopian fiction invite their readers to consider challenging problems and possible solutions at a level as relevant as the speculative fiction of other languages and nations. Thank you for listening to me. If you have any questions.
Thank you for yet another wonderful presentation. We still have some time left for discussion and questions, not very much, but some minutes. So please, if you have questions, would like to start. Okay, let me start. Actually, I have a question for both of you. it seems to me that you have two different kinds of attitudes to your subject matter, because on the one hand, this Soviet Bolshevik utopianism seems to be a bit over the top in your presentation. So my question is how do you actually deal with this eccentric character of this literature? And the other side of the question that never seemed to me that you are actually in love with this genre and with this, these works, and you spoke about them so much enthusiasm, and it raises the opposite question. So did you give any thought to how to distantiate yourself from the topic to some extent in order to reflect on the diversity of the genre and the internal problems and so on? So for both of you, I have basically the same question. So what is your relationship with your subject matter?
Well, thank you for this question. It's a very interesting one. I'm primarily interested in this kind of like contextualization and the relationship between like actual historic events and the literature. So for me, this grandiose nature, since it's everywhere, since it's prevalent everywhere, to me does not even seem strange anymore. It registers strange anymore. Whenever I read quotes about this absolutely fantastical aspirations, I'm not. I don't know. Maybe it's also the personal huge impact of like Soviet propaganda and indoctrination where I come from. So for us, this fantastical slogans, they're not even, they do not seem that outlandish. Obviously, with time, the meaning of them changes. They become mocked, and all this really aspirational ideas about reaching communism in like 5 years and stuff like this, and just they become almost kind of like a huge joke, like a little inside joke. But still, I don't know, maybe it's just the post-Soviet upbringing of mine that I'm so used to this ideas in general that I treat them normally, and I treat them within the context, because and that's the actually for me, I sometimes even find that the utopian or sci-fi fiction of the time is somewhat even subdued next to the very interesting proclamations made in political texts, for example. Yeah, that's probably, that's how, by contextualizing and like looking at this constant overlap, that's how I'm doing it.
Yeah, thank you very much. Maybe just to clarify, maybe could you elaborate a little bit more on the question? So you mean my like academic relationship with the genre, or?
Of course, this question was raised by me because you shared with us so much information about this theme, and you on the other hand, you went into details with this book, and for me it was so entertaining because obviously you enjoy so much the entire topic. So it came to my mind that that sometimes it's very, and this is not a potential criticism. I'm just really curious about how you reflect on your own personal relationship to this topic, because it's obvious that you are inspired by it so much on so many levels. For example, this dystopia thing, which I just found hilarious, the entire story being funded by the government, for example. But the entire project is so very interesting. So because your approach seemed to be so comprehensive, I was wondering maybe there are some issues that you are more interested in, and I didn't see it in the presentation because the presentation was so comprehensive.
Yeah, thank you very much for the question and comment here. Just I wanted to clarify. Yeah, so this because this relates to like contemporary like Turkey. So when I prepared the presentation, I wanted to keep it more from general to the specific, and then just wanted to give a kind of flavor within the time constraints, of course. But in my current project, like at Warwick, I am more focusing on the depictions of like identity and like environmental, crises, how they are projected in this type of literature, and I'm analyzing from this angle. Of course, I think as someone from Turkey, like it sometimes like makes it hard to focus on this topic because it resonates like with so many issues in the country. So in that regard, and I get maybe this question like a lot from my colleagues who work in history or politics department, how if I don't find it like quite frustrating or like annoying to work on such a book because of the situation in the country, unfortunately now. Yeah. So in that regard, I mean, I think as it's a growing field in the country, and like we are trying to promote this in the country through these workshops, and then maybe translating like certain jargon into Turkish with some other colleagues. So we try our best on the part. So what I try to do is like, if I am presenting it to the more international audience, I'm more giving this talk on the Turkish case. And in Turkey, we are more doing these talks and maybe introducing like contemporary debates about the field rather than talking about the Turkish case. So I try to work like two ways. I don't know if I answered your question, but
yes, of course, it is very informative for me that you are rather interested in the ecological aspects when it comes to your own research. But still, for example, your example is incredibly interesting example of the abuse of democracy. So it is something already done. Yes. Yeah, question.
Thank you. I have a comment and a question to both of the speakers. First to Emra, this equality, friendship, and democracy is bullshit for the week. That I made a note of this. This is very interesting. But the question would be more like you spoke about the courses and research going on in Turkey. Is there enough academic freedom or educative freedom to carry them out objectively? That would be the question. And to Dorina, a comment is that eugenics in the beginning of the 20th century was a commonly discussed issue before the Nazis discredited it completely. Aldous Huxley comes to mind, but many other people were discussing eugenics. But the question which I think secretly everyone would like to ask is, what is the sexual life of a decent Bolshevik?
Actually, I had quite a bit of fun when I'm sorry if I started out.
No, it gives me some time.
The 12 Commandments actually was introduced to me by Professor Hall during one of his classes, and unfortunately we could not discuss it then. It was just so much fun to read this because it's an incredibly interesting piece of writing that is on one hand very I would say feminist, surprisingly. Well, not surprisingly so, because the Bolsheviks were trying to at least present themselves as great equalizers, and in this the gender question as well. But on the other hand, it's very conservative somehow, because well, in a way that we would think that the free love is, the Bolsheviks were known for kind of like this. The idea is that they were advocating free love, and like the end goal was kind of the disillusionment of family as we know it. And here some of the commandments were about being chaste, not engaging in too much sex, and just basically the idea was, you have to talk to. Some of the ideas were quite progressive, even by modern standards, about that we have to talk to kids about these things early on. So it's very eclectic and interesting, and I found it very hilarious, of course, because it kind of ends with this idea that this huge rent that a good proletarian would not even need to think about these things. Why would you think about some basic things like sex drive when you can be having this really devoting your energy to this really big challenges of building this new society, and it's just a very baseline instinct, and it's ridiculous that we even have to talk about this that much. The answer to this question comes from like many different sides, and it's quite a very fascinating, interesting topic of discussion. I think we've discussed it during that class as well.
But it's curious that he doesn't intend this to be, when he has these sort of what seem like traditional moments, it's not a kind of Puritan self-abnegation. It's really about, well, okay, yes, the sexual pleasures are wonderful, you should have them, albeit only serially, monogamously, right?
Yeah.
But look at these other socialist pleasures that are coming into play, and we'll embrace all of them. Don't be focused just on the sex.
Thank you very much, Rolf, for this important question. Academic freedom is problematic in the country, it's no secret. But I think as I work for an English department, so because I was teaching more like texts from the Anglophone literature, then it was fine, because I never worked for a Turkish department. So I think that kind of gave us some security, because I can always say I'm talking about Orwell, not about Turkey. And you can always find some correlations, but and I think the good thing about this genre that I find is like, you can always say it's not about X country, but it was imagined. So you could always, I think it kind of gives that flexibility. And when many of my colleagues are teaching Utopia, dystopia related courses, I also taught a master's course in Turkish to the cultural studies program, but I didn't know how to react. Of course, then, you discuss Orwell and then if a student asks you, okay, can you relate it to this Turkey? And then, I was a bit cautious because, especially during the pandemic, it was like, virtual classes. So yeah, in that sense, I think it kind of made me a little bit like nervous in teaching those terms. But in general, I think now even smaller universities or many universities, I find I check the curricula of at least 50 universities, and almost all of them, they all have now Utopia, dystopia courses for undergraduate level or graduate level. So I think if you, for example, if I taught this text, I don't know how it would be, because then it would be quite problematic probably. So it's up to the, I think, instructor kind of moderate, where you go.
It's good to hear the English department gives you some freedom. That was the case in Hungary as well. Orwell was forbidden before 1990, but the English department had a copy of so in English, of course.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Just a very quick comment. After having listened to Emma's presentation, I think we were reminded once again what a central role animals often have in utopias and dystopias. And I don't know if you want to comment on this, or I'm interested if there has been any more comprehensive studies on this topic.
I think from the Turkish case, for this text, obviously, the animals play such a big role. And I think there are some other texts, for example, The Garden of Forgetting, there also animals and nature plays a big role. And maybe recent authors also Oya Baydar, I think they use more animal figures. So in that sense, yes, when they play a role, and even with the rhetoric now, when people talk about utopia, dystopia, animal studies or post-human discourses, they come into play a lot. So now I think, especially current scholarship, we have some colleagues who work on posthumanism, transhumanism, and animal studies, and they now exploring and analyzing, the role of animals and nature, and what they can tell to kind of, I think, contextualize the current discourse. Yeah. I wanted to ask about the whole new Soviet plan, units and everything. Knowing the state in which the early Soviet Union or the Russian Empire was, right, at object horror that was the Civil War, the not stopping wars after that, reclamation of territories. I wonder if you could tell us exactly how much would your average former Russian imperial citizen who barely knows how to read, probably doesn't, was like, how aware were they of those narratives? Was it just something that they would see from a commissar on, I don't know, on papers a couple times and that's it? Or would they actually somewhat understand those ideas?
Well, that's it's a good question, and has more to do with the Soviet the propaganda machine, which kind of started out with the media. And yeah, you mentioned the posters, which well, first of all, that's no secret that the Soviets actually made huge and very rapid changes in educational system. And that had a very concrete like gain for them, because indoctrination could be done so much faster this way. So you started asking me this question, and I immediately thought of a very prominent, actually literary example of Polygraph Polygrafovich from Bulgakov, who this is a dog who kind of becomes anthropomorphized and becomes like a fully human in the end, and his development kind of incredibly fast into this parrot of slogans for like very baseline slogans for Soviet propaganda that kind of serves as a foil to Professor Preobrazhensky, an actual intellectual who created him, and just I think the speed with which this canine human, I don't know how to call him, becomes like so entrenched into the official like ideology, kind of, but like a very abridged version, obviously. This indicates the situation from Bulgakov's point of view, but this character is often alluded to when talking about like the what did the common man's proverbial, so to speak. I hate that expression, but I have time forced to use it. Was kind of the state of mind at the time, and the utopian aspects of this Narodniki, it kind of stems from the fact that we have to talk and we have to understand what the common man is thinking. But the reality was that despite the best efforts of Soviets to kind of like enhance this processes, the slogans and just very like partial kind of ideas that kind of were just popularized in quick and effective ways is mostly what would stick with like an actual proletariat. I mean, we all know that, like, for example, Orwell did not think very well of proletariats, and that he is pretty vocal about it in 1984. And what is the actual party treatment of them? So yeah, I mean, I don't know if I answered your question. I haven't not read any like sociological actual research on public opinion about that, but that's as much as I can surmise from what I know.
Thank you. Thank you very much. May I extend the question just a little bit?
And if it's okay for you, then I think this will be the very last question, and the Q&A session we will be able to continue during the
No, I can wait for Q&A, that's fine. It's a more general question. No, they'll be tough. Okay.
I'm pretty sure.
I'm invested in lunch right now.
Okay, so yesterday I made a very serious mistake saying that there wasn't enough food for everyone. I'm very sorry for that, but clearly if it's a similar amount that everyone can have twice. So please help us destroy those. And thank you very much for both the chair and the presence here in Helsinki, and for round of applause.
Muted now? It's all online.
Okay, great.
President is here.
Ah, good.
Yeah. So you don't, let me know if you need anything else.
Okay, we should be all right.
Yeah, I guess people are finishing up now, but 10 more minutes on. Yeah.
Yeah, we started, or we stopped.
Yeah, it was 10 or 15 minutes a bit later. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Give it at least.
Yeah, no worries.
So what's happening with your manuscript?
Oh, I'm still working on it, but I've been mostly working on articles, just for, yeah. I wrote my dissertation was on James Joyce and Gulf, so I'm submitting stuff to the Joyce studies. That's my circle, mostly these kinds of conferences, you know, as you're doing studies.
Yeah.
The James Joyce Society has conferences every 2 years. So, and I'm trying to do that, but I really should be more serious with my services. I started this new project, and I'm teaching, but
Yeah.
you know, when you can't survive those 2 years after
The
PhD.
first 5 years of academic
If this works to be a academic career, let's see.
Well, depends on you to some degree.
True, yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of discouraged by this, you know, what my friends do. They just go from one postdoc to another postdoc from 10, 15 years. I know what I don't know about you, fast forward. I'm always, you know, living from 6 months to 6 months residence permit application, so
It's hard to do.
exactly. No, I've moved so much in the last 10 years, so we'll see. Maybe something else will come through. But for now, it's okay.
Well, this is that I'm going.
Yeah, no, I'm very happy with this project. And the way this was a dream.
Did you ask me whether you were free?
Yes, yeah. Sure, no problem. Yeah. No, I would like that. Yeah, of course. Yeah. Totally would be okay.
If we can nail this down.
Yeah, that would be
good. Divide it.
Me too, yeah. We can put together. Okay, I think we're
I didn't bring this to. I wonder if you bring this. Yeah, we couldn't find it. Really? Because this is the answer to that. Yeah, of course. They kind of are married to one another, or in an uneasy relationship. Yeah. So we tell them that I couldn't carry it. They're about the same. So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Let us begin the last session. And first of all, I'd like to say that today and yesterday I heard for the most time in my life the phrase that thank you very much for the organization and whatever. I'm very glad, but I would like to say thank you to all of you who presented, who chaired, and who was present as audience for making, I feel, a very successful workshop. And the topping on the cake is coming now. Gregory Claes is going to give the final keynote of the workshop, which will be then followed by question and answer, which develops into a short roundtable discussion, just summarizing what we came up to. Now, Gregory does this commonplace that there's a person who needs no introduction. Obviously, in the end of the 2-day workshop, when you met and spoke to, that's probably also true for a lot of people here. But Gregory Claes, the Professor Emeritus of Royal Holloway University and the chairperson of the Utopian Studies Society, is really one of the doyens of Utopian studies, a historian of ideas, working very often with 19th century, but also other sources, and published a number of important books The two most recent ones are so heavy that I could only bring one because I'm not strong enough to drink both of them here, but he was strong enough to write them. The one that's not here, that's called Dystopia Natural History, and whoever is interested in dystopia, I really recommend, because that really describes how dystopia is not only a literary or filmic phenomenon, but it's very much in history and the history of ideas. And the most recent book, which I'm also going to circulate amongst you, came out last year, Utopianism for a Dying Planet. This is a fascinating book. I just finished it a couple of weeks ago. I was happy to get a review copy, as it's a fairly expensive book, but Greg told me that you can actually get a 30% discount. We're gonna circulate his email address, and if you write to him, then that can be obtained. So this book is a very complex one. One's a very interesting and complex description of what utopianism is, and also a history of utopianism in mostly European social thought. And also, the whole thing is in the context of the current climate disaster which we are facing. This is the title, Utopianism for a Dying Planet. So we need to change our ways, especially consumerism needs to be changed. There's a very complex description of what is consumerism like and why is it so dangerous, partly for the planet, but partly also for the happiness of people. We live in wealth compared to the history of mankind. Most of us in Western Europe lives under fantastic conditions, and that doesn't really make us happy, at least not as much as it should. And in this book, Gregory Claeys recommends a way in which we could not only avoid destroying the planet, but also living a happier life. So if that's enough for an introduction, then I will start circulating the book and then ask you to deliver your paper.
Thanks so much, Zsolt. Good afternoon to everybody. Thanks for coming along. And also, I might add, for speaking in English. It's a great pleasure to be back in Budapest, a city I'm very fond of. And I want particularly to thank, of course, having just said that this is now redundant, my Utopian Studies Society colleague, Zsolt Cigányék, for inviting me to consider a topic which is central to both the utopian tradition and, of course, as we've heard over the course of the last few days, the entirety of contemporary politics. Its pertinence is indeed now greater than ever. As we speak, some hundreds of kilometers to the east, a vicious dictator is waging a savage war against not only a sovereign people, but against the values of Western liberal pluralism, against the rule of law, the toleration of dissent and minorities, and, of course, against democracy as such. The West has its own domestic dystopian tendencies, some of which I will be discussing shortly. But the combination of ethnic chauvinism, imperialism, and hostility to social liberalism, which characterizes Mr. Putin's image of Russia's mission, clashes so rudely with Western ideas of expanding toleration for minorities and differences in outlook, and promoting the maximum choice of values for individual life, that we cannot but see this as the key backdrop to our discussions today. And if we, that is to say, Ukrainians, are fighting for a way of life, we'd better be able clearly to specify what it is we and they are defending. Today, I want to consider several approaches to the issues of democracy and political control in the history of utopianism, which includes utopian ideas, of course, literature, and intentional communities, and to review the development of the often tense relationship between utopianism and democracy. I'll touch on the fundamentally anti-political aspects of the utopian tradition, including the attempt to transcend politics as such, and the charge that the eternal search for near unanimity of opinion is fundamentally anti-democratic. I'll examine then the misinterpretation of utopia, in my view, as perfection, and the optimal role played by consent in utopian relationships. I'll argue that the central theme in the utopian theory of democracy is its insistence on social equality, which we've kind of touched on in a number of papers here. This was what was broadly understood, with Thomas More's text as a template, as the so-called utopian program by the late 18th century. This phrase is actually used, and it refers directly to More's agenda. I'll also briefly introduce one prominent contemporary anti-democratic utopian trend from the UK. Finally, I'll ask our most important question today, whether we can achieve a consensus in time to avert the catastrophic destruction of our natural environment, and what we can do in the absence of such a consensus. This is a large and complex subject, obviously, and I do not pretend today to do more than to scratch its surface. If I succeed in persuading you that we're at a turning point in its meaning, however, I'll rest satisfied. So let me begin with a key theoretical problem. I assume today that modern utopianism from the American and French Revolution onwards has been chiefly, if not inexorably, democratic in outlook. This is usually taken to be the difference between the pre-modern and modern traditions of utopian writing. Even where it has degenerated into autocracy, as in Stalinism, the tradition has continued to pay lip service to democratic norms and aspirations. Though democracy is often defined in terms of mechanisms, such as constitutions, the rule of law, and the protection of rights, a core aspect of its achievements over the past 2 centuries and more has been its championing of consent and opposition to coercion. These I see as a spectrum. The problem as to whether utopian projects are invariably coercive because they rely on near unanimity of opinion is often recognized to be central to the political theory of the tradition. Indeed, in the more modern period, the prospect is often understood by critics of utopianism as the strongest argument for rejecting at least the more perfectionist strands of the genre, if not the entire project tout court. So it's important at the outset to appreciate that at its best, utopian experimentation, often in small intentional communities, has sought to forge consensus of opinion voluntarily and not coercively. But of course, public opinion can also be a form of coercion, of its the guiding principle in such communities. The distinction between coercion and consent is, however, a difficult one. But we can do worse than to rely on the 19th century British liberal John Stuart Mill's famous harm principle, which establishes that interference in individual behavior is not justified unless actual harm to another is being committed, meaning here principally physical hurt, although Mill's definition is more complicated than that. There are, of course, a variety of problems associated with this principle, but we can see, I think, that it points us in the direction, say, of permitting, as Mill kind of suggests as far as you can in 1859, gay marriage, while condemning domestic abuse or forced marriage. This is a progressive principle, which implies that the 18th century language of rights and the rights project of the French Revolution in particular has been continually extended and implies the constant promotion of maximal individual freedom and freedom from fear in all interactions where no harm to others occurs. This alone, so the argument runs, secures that prized individuality about which the moderns have so often, and quite rightly, boasted. It underpins what is now commonly called a woke agenda in Anglo-American discourse, although this term hardly does justice to the claims for freedom it represents, or it is nothing more than a reiteration of minority rights. And it also now assumes new forms, most notably interference in non-sustainable behavior by tire extinguishers, as they're called. I don't know if you have them in Hungary. Eco-warriors, so-called, who deflate the tires of extremely large cars which are parked in the cities. Environmental demonstrations and protests against meat eating and flying. But amidst the culture wars which swirl around us, it is worth recalling that these rights claims represent the epitome of the struggle which began with the American and French revolutions and continues in Kiev, Kherson, and 1,000 other locations today. This implies, of course, that there can accordingly be no fixed original constitution, which once settled upon dictates all future politics. Since H.G. Wells's A Modern Utopia, the first such text consciously to pit itself against the entire utopian tradition and to proclaim that it's informed by a particular definition of modernity. And in the light of Darwin was, of course, a major component in this claim. Since this point onwards, at least, we've learned that utopia cannot be static. It must grow as society grows in the direction of greater toleration and individuality, and as I will today argue, also sustainability. Where such claims jar with tradition, as they invariably must, conflict obviously will result. But we must in turn acknowledge the moral superiority of greater inclusivity as a key feature of human progress. Traditions of repression are not traditions worth preserving. Utopias which rely upon subordinating any part of the population, whether based on race, gender, or other differentiation, cannot satisfy this demand for universality. Remember, there's still imperialism and slavery in Thomas More's Utopia. So while any experiment aiming to create an ideal society might empirically be called a utopia, none which relies on oppressing or exploiting any group would today meet this normative definition. Welcome to the 21st century. So let me turn secondly to the problem of authoritarianism in more traditional forms of utopianism. Many classical and early modern utopias have been authoritarian, imperialistic, even theocratic. The concept itself offers no guarantee of transparent or popular political institutions. In the West, the tradition commences with a reliance on philosopher kings, guardians, and experts of various kinds. Elite rule remains a leitmotif until we reach the age of democratic revolutions in the late 18th century. As we all recognize, however, oligarchies invariably emerge wherever a great disparity of property ownership exists. So whether you call a society a democracy politically or not, if there's great inequality of property ownership, it's a democracy in name only, because property will always tilt the balance in favor of the property owners. So from Thomas More's Utopia onwards, there emerges a new theory of democracy in the form of a tradition of utopian republicanism, as I call it, where social equality based on communal property ownership permits much more democracy than elsewhere. Here, rule by the idle and luxury-obsessed rich, like the sheep barons destroying the peasantry of 16th century England, who were More's target, has been replaced by an entirely new form of government, in which so-called cyphogrants are elected annually as administrators of 30 households, with phylarchs in charge of every 10 cyphogrants. The latter collectively number 200 in More's scheme and elect the chief executive who serves for life by secret ballot from amongst 4 candidates, while guarding carefully against any lapse into tyranny. So it's a form of indirect democracy, but nonetheless, it's recognizably democratic. During the ensuing 500 years, many other political schemes have been attached to utopian social and economic programs. Although the American and French revolutions represent a crucial turning point in rendering participatory representative democracy the characteristic modern ideal, utopians have, of course, never ceased to complain of the corruption attending elections and the mediocre quality of political candidates. The main form of modern utopianism, socialism, has sometimes viewed democracy merely as just another source of conflict, and occasionally sought to abolish elections entirely. In Robert Owen's case, for example, in favor of a gerontocratic scheme of rule by age group, which assured that everyone would eventually become a governor of the community of 2,000, 2,500 or so that they lived in, simply by growing to the requisite age of being in the governing group. Many smaller communities have also relied on small group dynamics to ensure general social conformity. Christian communities often relying on charismatic leaders and patriarchal elders. Often described as the first major democratic utopian literary author, H.G. Wells devised a scheme based on Plato to give a voluntary ruling group, the entirely public-minded samurai, as he calls them in the modern utopia, a key role in the new up-and-coming world state. The Communist Party, which Wells admired for a time as a kind of guardian group, came to play a similar role in Marxism-Leninism. Marx himself, of course, was a fairly traditional Democrat who also assumed that harmony could be achieved at the level of the nation state, not just the small-scale community. That's the most important shift that occurs in the 19th century in this area. And of course, for Marx and Lenin, following Saint-Simon, political progress eventually entails the so-called withering away of the state and its replacement by administration and management, as if society were a grand machine in need only of occasional oiling and repair. A scheme which also has echoes in the most successful literary utopia of the 19th century, Edward Bellamy's Looking Backwards of 1888, where there are, as Bellamy puts it, no parties or politicians, and the principal function of administration is economic. This naive ideal, however, only serves to disguise politics, seen as a conflict of social choices and agendas, as anyone who's ever lived in a notionally socialist society knows all too well. Yet its suggestion that the future society would reduce coercion, especially class-based coercion, is also a fulfillment of democratic promise. And in William Morris's News from Nowhere, to give another example, this promise seems fully developed, without the guiding role of an elite assumed by Bellamy or Wells. So let's now consider briefly the argument that democracy and utopianism are incompatible because of the high degree of consensus, even unanimity, which utopian harmony purportedly demands. This was, of course, a common argument in the 1930s, being often associated with Karl Popper's The Open Society and Its Enemies, begun in 1938, and in Friedrich von Hayek's The Road to Serfdom of 1944. The argument has been restated by J.L. Talmon in a well-known pamphlet called Utopianism and Politics, which was published in 1957. So here's Talmon's rendition. Utopianism postulates free self-expression by the individual and at the same time, absolute social cohesion. This combination is only possible if all individuals agree. All individuals, however, do not agree. Therefore, if you expect unanimity, there is ultimately no escape from dictatorship. The individual must either be forced to agree, or his agreement must be engineered by some kind of fake plebiscite, or he must be treated as an outlaw or traitor or counter-revolutionary subversive. Here, utopia means the best possible society, which clearly rests on having experts run things. But democracy frequently expresses complete disdain for experts. We've heard a bit about this also earlier today, in favor of the popular will and opinion. So this argument briefly is, if you want utopia, you don't need democracy. And if you want democracy, you'll never get utopia. The argument has been used forcefully, particularly from the followers of this school, against all forms of planned economy for many decades. I need to return to that at the end today. One brief partial answer to this narrative, however, is that utopianism is often confused with perfectionism, but is not guilty as charged. As George Orwell expressed it, the real answer to this problem is to dissociate socialism, I'm quoting, from utopianism. Nearly all neo-pessimistic apologetics consist in putting up a man of straw and knocking him down again. The man of straw is called human perfectibility. This means that if the essence of utopian economics and politics is planning, as H.G. Wells most notably claimed, we cannot presume that all planning leads us down the slippery slope to serfdom. Rights must necessarily defend us from overzealous bureaucrats as well as from each other. The avoidance of harm, again, is a first principle here. So let me now go back then to the issue of whether there is an intrinsic coercion in communitarianism in particular. I'm trying, as you can see here, to address all three faces or dimensions of the tradition. Utopians nearly always insist on creating a more powerful sense of community, and one, moreover, where behavior is regulated by norms as much as by laws. If not perfectionist, this demands a high standard of morality in everyday relations. Paradoxically, this may call for a greater degree of informal social control than many modern societies often demonstrate. So we should not treat the problem of coercion only at the level of the nation state. Small-scale communities, about which we've heard a bit in the last 2 days, are in many ways the essence of aspirations to realize utopian ideals. And they reveal much more clearly how the psychology of consent operates. But all communities, large and small, rely on formal and informal restraints on behavior at the micro-political level. Moral suasion or pressure is present in all societies in some form. Whether we tell people off for throwing litter on the ground, chastise those who shout loudly on the train, or draw attention to those who accost women or other vulnerable groups. This is everyday politics in the public space. Such interventions are, by and large, most of the time, laudable and not illiberal attempts to maintain social order and justice, which rely on a kind of social consensus, which is often weakened in more individualistic societies and, of course, in great cities in particular. Moreover, it is clear that we cannot achieve what is, to my mind, if not the central aspect of utopian aspiration, what I call in this book, belongingness. Zusammengehörigkeitsgefühl for a German speaker is a much more expressive description of the feeling itself. The sense of being a part of one's milieu and of identifying with a place without permitting such interference in everyday antisocial behavior, and an expression of care for the well-being of others or kindness in public. This is most effective when the most basic forms of group, which define our identity, are minimized in size as far as possible, so that we can know and identify many people around us. This is the secret which unlocks the successful intentional communities in particular. In cities, where a great many of us live, this means reinforcing a sense of place and neighborhood above all, which is why proposals for the so-called 15-minute city championed by the mayor of Paris, Anne Hidalgo, where health and sports facilities, affordable shops, and cool parks are within walking distance, need to be augmented and expanded. This would allow most of us to establish a primary local identity, bounded by, I propose, many more communal festivals and hospitality, digital groups with which we can identify local democratic and other forms of association, and all variety of mutual assistance. These are essential components in any modern utopia, which must, I don't have time to expand upon this, be an urban utopia. Local, immediate, personal experience is where the micro-politics of everyday life are played out. And paradoxically, of course, the social regulation of behavior must be accompanied at the same time by an ever-increasing tolerance for all types of lifestyle which present no violation of the harm principle. So let me turn now to the issue of equality and the claim that Morean utopianism, utopian republicanism, as well as any successful scheme for equal rights, relies on social equality. Whatever its satirical elements, there's no end of debate about this, More's text represented a real protest against greedy landowners, for which today read billionaires and multinational corporations. We all recognize that the pervasive, corrosive system of modern political corruption results principally from the influence of lobbyists' dark funding in order to ensure that private profit triumphs over public welfare. Without complete financial transparency in governance and prohibiting large donations, possibly all donations, to political parties, we will end up with oligarchies no matter how we describe the form of government under which we live. In More's state, such corruption is simply impossible because the public owns and controls the means of production. Moreover, both housing and work allocation are subject to redistribution. Concentration of wealth is therefore not a problem, and certainly not the problem that it is for us. Suffice it to say today that the more egalitarian a society is, the less likely it is to fall victim to such political corruption. We need not embrace Marx in order to appreciate that the happiest societies, those which are most carefully studied, tend to be the ones with the highest standard of living, not the others where other standards apply, are invariably the most equal societies. Holland, the Nordic countries, Iceland, and so on. And the unhappiest, routinely in every annual survey, Britain and the United States, I don't know where Hungary sits in this scheme, are invariably those which give greater priority to the individual, often meaning the wealthy, over the broader society as a whole, and punish the poor with cruelty and contempt, something the British are very good at. So let me turn now then to what is really the rationale for the whole argument here, the looming collapse of the natural world around us. These generalities, which I've offered so far, have been key arguments favoring more social democratic, welfare-oriented regimes since at least the mid-20th century. However, we now live in a much altered and more threatening era. Let me turn accordingly to the climate catastrophe and collapse, no longer change or crisis. I don't like either of these last two terms, which looms before us. On my reading, as I've outlined in this book, much of the debate concerning what we face is wholly inadequate. Vague goals of 1.5 to 2 degrees Celsius warming appear almost every day in the newspapers, while $1 trillion annually is given in fossil fuel subsidies to ensure that we surpass any acceptable limit on global warming. So, unsurprisingly, emissions continue to rise, no matter how many meetings we have, no matter how many agreements we have, no matter how many demonstrations we go to. The 1.5 degree notional ceiling, which is really a kind of sketch figure from the back of an envelope, which was never very meaningful because it's much too high, of course, will likely be passed by the mid-2020s. So that's within only 3 or 4 years. It already has been in some locations. As you know, warming on the Earth is quite variable, and in the polar areas, it is up to 5 degrees Celsius in some parts. At 2 degrees Celsius warming, by perhaps the mid-2030s, most of our agriculture will disappear, and in a few years, mass starvation will eventually kill 90%, perhaps even all, of the world's population. So think where we are now, with only 1.25 to 1.3 degrees Celsius warming. Think of the shrinking Rhine, the Danube, the Po, the Colorado, the Ganges, the Mississippi, the Yangtze. Think of the polar ice caps and the world's glaciers. We've lost 28 trillion tons of ice in the last 23 years. Fossil fuel use is the chief cause of this entire process. And behind that lies the overconsumption of the world's resources. Fossil fuel corporations, of course, were well aware of this eventuality as early as the 1970s. So that's to say, half a century ago. And now, as we know, latest from this week, we may be headed for 5 or even 7 degrees Celsius warming, and there are some estimates which even go above that. But above 3 degrees, all this is, for practical purposes, not really thinkable anyway. So this process has to be halted and then reversed. This is the greatest challenge humanity has ever faced. There is the whole of human history up till about the last 4 or 5 years, and there is everything that comes before us. And between is a rupture, a chasm of dramatic proportions. Can we achieve the transition to sustainability democratically? And what does Utopia have to do with the solution? So obviously, the answer to these questions is not simple. Governments and corporations have fixed timetables for elections and profit returns, for graft and self-advancement. They have little awareness of or interest in the need to safeguard our collective long-term future. Only the specter of catastrophe will awaken the majority, but the intense fear and anxiety this will generate may well come too late. As soon as possible, however, a new internationally coordinated regime must cease fossil fuel extraction and inhibit dramatically all forms of warming until we achieve sustainability. So we have to slam our feet on the brakes of this entire process. The utopian component in the solution will lie chiefly in the greater social equality, which will follow reducing consumption and abolishing the billionaire class. We need actually most of the world's wealth in order to ensure a safe transition to sustainability. It's a back of the envelope calculation, at least $300 trillion minimally. And the longer we wait, the more expensive it becomes. The utopian contribution will also lie in the awareness that as we climate-proof our cities in particular, we can create vibrant green living spaces with free public transport, subsidized food, reduced working hours, and a sense of neighborhood and belongingness, which will help to compensate for diminished consumption. It's really the central argument in my book is that if we want to ease this transition, we have to make life better for the majority. And what the utopian tradition teaches us is that actually across most of human history, we value sociability, our relations with each other, much more than we value the possession of material goods. So that's the exchange we're looking for here. If we do not improve life for the majority, I think, during the transition to sustainability, we will not survive. Thus, we stand poised on the precipice of an entirely new era, defined by death, by excessive consumption of what have usually been called luxuries. No utopia, and for that matter, no social or political theory, which has not come to terms with luxury, can suit the future before us. So we need, as I've tried to do in the book, to ransack the whole of intellectual history to find out who has addressed what's now usually called the luxury debate and what kinds of responses they've come up with, which can serve the purpose of saving us now. The desire for luxury drives excessive consumption, which in turn produces excessive carbon and other emissions. So if we don't curtail our desire for merely symbolic and or merely gratuitous consumption or conspicuous consumption, we cannot possibly survive. All of the alternatives are deeply dystopian. The politics of the future, then, will have to adjust to this scenario. In the first instance, as I've already suggested, a massive coordinated international effort to introduce sustainable energy across the world will require the creation of organizations whose scope, as H.G. Wells in particular anticipated, will exceed that of the United Nations. International agreements will have to secure the rapid introduction of wind, solar, tidal, and other renewable power sources, a vast improvement in energy efficiency, and an end to coal and oil. And this can be done. This is not impossible at all, provided we get on with it. Beyond this, a vast network of water canals, drainage, and storm overflow reservoirs will be required, along with massive desalination projects across the globe. The small state ideal, beloved of billionaires, is gone. This will involve interventionism on a scale never before anticipated. We have, therefore, a social goal or common purpose, a collective aim of the sort which Hayek's and other neoliberals denied was even possible in theory. The economy of the 2020s, 30s, and 40s then will look like a wartime planning regime based on urgent environmental necessity. We can already anticipate measures of planning, austerity, and rationing as food and water supplies become dangerously imperiled, starting this year. Last year or this year. But this radical Green New Deal, as it's sometimes called, which can alone forestall complete catastrophe, will also require the participation and consent of billions. Everyone must feel that they play a part in preserving nature, whether by embracing voluntary simplicity, a well-known phrase, by assisting in real wilding and similar schemes, or by acting at the neighborhood level to try to preserve some dignity in life as we swelter under an increasingly relentless sun. It goes without saying that this plan will entail sacrifices upon large parts of the population and will at least initially be regarded as coercive and authoritarian by those who lack any sense of the dire alternative. We'll have to stop eating beef. 80% of agricultural land is devoted to livestock. We'll be flying a great deal less until fully electric planes are operational. It's not very far off either. Private car use will need to give way to as much public transport, not just electric cars. Deforestation has to cease. All forms of emission must be reduced until the warming process begins to subside, which, even if we put all this into motion tomorrow, wouldn't be for a number of decades. To compensate, however, many public activities, including national transportation, will need to be free. And neighborhoods, this is already occurring in a number of areas, Luxembourg, parts of Spain, some parts of the US. And neighborhoods will need to be remodeled along the lines of the 15-minute city concept I mentioned earlier. Working hours will have to be reduced through the 4-day work week, early retirement, wages secured through a universal basic income. Unless we buy the goodwill of the public through these bribes, essentially, through making the average person's life better, and promote kindness in addition as a social ethos instead of treating the poor as a pariah, we will not win this war. Seen from this perspective, the central concept which the utopian tradition has approached more successfully than any other intellectual trend is that of luxury. From its inception in Thomas More's text, excuse me, where children mock ambassadors clad in gold, and in hundreds of communitarian experiments, utopianism has recognized the corrosiveness of mere vanity of apparel and the psychological degradation of enslavement to fashion. This contempt for excessive personal adornment, to an important degree, defines the entire tradition, at least until we reach the era of the shift from an emphasis on private luxury and the degenerative effects of it, to the benefits of public luxury, which occurs in Edward Bellamy's Looking Backward in particular. Utopian fiction, theory, and literature have alike recognized the unhappiness which results from an obsession with luxury, and have often evinced a Spartan tradition of austerity, asceticism, and primitivism. If we go back to the classical sources, Plato and Sparta loom very large over the entire utopian tradition, at least right up through the middle of the 20th century. But it would be easiest to move beyond growth to degrowth if, in addition to this tradition of austerity and asceticism, we follow the great French socialist Charles Fourier in preserving and promoting, indeed, to the maximum, as much pleasurable activity as possible, always bearing in mind that the harm principle can't be violated. It'd be unrealistic, however, not to recognize that public debate today includes other utopian visions starkly at odds with those I've championed so far. Let's consider momentarily one well-known instance of far-right utopianism, which has been popularized by Peter Thiel, a friend of Elon Musk, and a great enemy, in particular, of Britain's National Health Service. Thiel champions the view that democracy and capitalism are incompatible, and you guess which one plumps for, and claims that the book that's influenced him the most is a work co-authored by James Dale Davidson and William Rees-Mogg, published in 1999, called The Sovereign Individual, The Coming Economic Revolution, How to Survive and Prosper in It. Well, so how to prosper by environmental catastrophe. We might rewrite the title today. This is a special instance of that species of late capitalist utopianism known as libertarianism, the extreme small state ideal, where the near demolition of democratic and legal workers' protections and welfare and public services, so-called nanny state, permits a maximization of corporate profits with minimal or non-existent taxation. It has a variety of antecedents in the utopian tradition, most notably in Robert Nozick, William Godwin, and to some degree also in the egotistical anarchist writer Max Stirner. So Davidson and Rees-Mogg typically argue that taxation will effectively end in this new regime. Sovereign individuals, as in the title of the book, the top 5% of society, will increasingly have no obligation to society at all. They will be outside the social contract. They are defined by their superior intellect as well as, of course, their wealth, and they will maximize profits according to the idea of natural justice that is presented here. A similar antagonist is democracy, which is regarded in the book as the fraternal twin of communism. This elite's accumulation of wealth becomes the sole rationale for all social action. But in this incarnation of social Darwinism, because that's sort of what it is, its successes are seen as all owing to merit and to being the most talented. Though, as we know, of course, the vast majority of very rich people inherit a substantial part of wealth and get wealthier as a result of that. The virtual death of politics, as the book puts it, and its replacement, by the so-called commercialization of sovereignty, provides a model which fits the Silicon Valley and St. Petersburg oligarchs alike. But if civilization is ending, there is yet much value to be extracted from and during its demise. The few can protect themselves. With the disappearance or fragmentation of national sovereignty goes the protection of civil order, the police and national armies, and their replacement by private armed forces. So let me draw to a conclusion then. These thoughts are exhausting and depressing too. You may well wonder, from what I've said so far, how it might be possible to extract utopia from the specter of dystopia staring us in the face, to pull out of the apologies to rabbit owners, to pull the utopian white rabbit out of the hat in order to magically usher in utopia in the face of so much dystopia. And another way of phrasing this, of course, is how to preserve democracy in the face of what is clearly incipient or rising fascism in very many parts of the world. My own vision, obviously, is directly opposed to that of the sovereign individual, the book. I've argued today that the sense of human fulfillment for which utopianism contends can only be realized when full participation in our societies occurs, and that this requires political democracy, albeit, of course, with the assistance of experts. Here, once again, I follow George Orwell in assuming that the real objective, I'm quoting here, of socialism is not happiness. Happiness is a byproduct, and for all we know, may always remain so. But the real objective of socialism, says Orwell, is human brotherhood. That's a quote with which I begin, amongst others, this book. So my own view is that only if this utopian ideal of brotherhood is improved on, can we compensate for those austerities, anxieties, and insecurities, which we will certainly face in the coming decades. Without utopia, there's no guarantee of anything but corporate enslavement and fascism as the future world order. If we fail to act, we face the most dire consequences. But we can make a world in which we not only survive, but live with greater fulfillment than most of us do, even the affluent ones, in this world. It is one thing to desire utopia. It's quite another to have its necessity for the first time thrust upon us. This also is the difference between living now in the 2020s and the whole of human history beforehand. Now we have to have utopia. It was a very pleasant alternative or choice up to now in human history, but now it's the only alternative for us. Is this the best possible world we might conceive? No. Far from being a perfect society, however, it may be, as Barbara Goodwin and Keith Taylor termed, the best of all possible worlds in the circumstances. The best available world for a planet being destroyed by humanity. This must be a sustainable world in which personal consumption is at a far lower level than at present. But just think back to what life was like before, say, 1800 for the vast majority. This can be achieved without communism, in case you were thinking, advocating that, though it will require highly centralized control over production and distribution, as well as I suggested earlier, the confiscation of all of the wealth of the extremely wealthy. Such control, in turn, in principle, will still involve coercion, even in the most ideal utopian democracy. But such coercion can be adjusted according to the best interest of the world, namely sustainability, not the interest of the dominant economic class or any other elite. A vital means of ensuring a counterbalance will be the neighborhood-centered model, which may allow us to preserve some of the most vital aspects of both secular and religious utopian communitarianism. Without this sense of place, I think, but I come from a very peripatetic background. This is one of the reasons why I think I place so much emphasis on this. An emotionally satisfying life is impossible. If an extremely unequal system gives us extremely destructive emissions, only a more equal system centered on local consent can distribute the austerities which the transition to sustainability requires. This equality alone permits us to preserve democracy, not to mention public order and meeting our daily needs. We'll be very fortunate indeed to attain this degree of sustainability. So let's try to make it happen. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So if you didn't have a feeling for reading this book, and now that you learned that there are such words in it as Zusammengehörigkeitsgefühl, I'm quite sure you want to grab it. I have a list if you want to loan me. But time for questions, comments.
Okay. So first of all, thank you very much. Really great and inspiring. So and learned a lot. So I just would like to make a kind of historical point, something which came to my mind when you mentioned the problem of consent and coercion. Something that I've been very much interested in, and then the notion about the brotherhood. So the historical point is that so this whole problem reminds me a bit of someone who I don't think you mentioned, maybe I wasn't attentive enough, but there is the old Jean-Jacques Rousseau issue about the volonté de tous and volonté générale. And the idea is that you know, one may say that Rousseau so clearly that the only way to achieve consent among civilized humans, forget about the old days, okay? So civilized human is to introduce and internalize a kind of common aim, which is against every single agent's interest. So, and I think ever since Rousseau, there is this kind of fear that he's right, actually. So if you really want to have a volonté générale, let's put it a common aim for the community, that entails, given the conditions, given the human conditions in which we live, it entails oppressing each of us singular desires or aims or something like that. Okay, so this is one of the question or comments I would like to make. So how would you respond to this challenge? Because I think that's still the deepest objection to the idea of this kind of community. And of course, Rousseau liked it, but the idea is that other people say, oops, this is more of a, if you are right, that's more of a danger. It's more of an argument against you than an appealing character here. Okay, so that's one. And the other thing is the notion of brotherhood. So this concept, so one, and this is mainly conceptual, so this is a bit how it's being used. philosophers, politicians, writers, utopian writers. So this is so the problem, I think, with this kind of very appealing concept like friendship to use in a political context seems to me that they are by nature exclusive. So if I have a friend, and if I meet a stranger, and a friend asks me to help, and I have limited resources, okay, and there is a stranger, and I say, I'm sorry, we are all brothers, so I will, I will rather, I don't know, I toss a coin, I'd rather have the stranger, then there is no more friendship. It's just, by definition, exclusionary. And I think brotherhood is also, seems to be something like that. And if we extend the notion so much that, it's become universal, or even universal even in the restricted sense that applied to everyone in my community or something like that. Even then, it seems to lose its original content, and it just means something like fairness or respect the other or something like that. So I wonder how much weight this notion of brotherhood can play in a political vision future. Sorry, maybe I was too long.
No, not at all. Thank you for such penetrating and interesting questions. Rousseau, of course, to go back to the first question, Rousseau is, of course, one of the great utopian figures of the modern world. Judith Shklar describes him essentially as the last great utopian in the Spartan vein. He's, of course, a republican of sorts. And it's curious that on the political theory side of utopian studies, everybody knows this. On the literary side, although Rousseau's the author of many novels, he doesn't really appear in the canon of utopian greats at all. So to paraphrase, instead of forcing people to be free by the general will, we force them to survive, because we do have here a common interest, which is in everyone surviving, which is why I think one of the single most dangerous ideas that's now circulating is the notion that Thiel and others have circulated, in particular of the colonization of space as a way for billionaires, Musk is associated with attempts of this kind. The notion that a very few people can escape, which many people then take to presume, will mean that others can then go along as well, and that there is, so to speak, an escape valve. We won't all be exterminated. Excuse me. I don't think there's anything in this whatsoever. I mean, not only can Mars not be colonized, billionaires will never get it together for a few of them to go. And even if a few survive in the lonely outposts of the Himalayas or the Rockies or whatever, they're not going to survive for very long. And the quality of life they're going to have will be so miserable that those few decades will not be worth living anyway. So there is no escape. So we are actually all in it together. If that's not the basis for theory of common interest, I don't know what is. So coercion, yes, still present, but of course you'd probably retort, all democracy is based on the coercion of minorities by majorities anyway. So this kind of coercion, we've already kind of baked into the theory of how even the best forms of democracy work. The trick, of course, is to get greater toleration for those who end up as minorities recurrently by the majority, and to ensure, it's where the language of rights, of course, comes in so much, to ensure that those minorities don't suffer unduly by never becoming the majority at a given time. So the second question is also very tricky. I have a fairly lengthy section in the book about types of association and the possibilities of universalizing particular types. And I directly address what you've raised as a question about friendship. Friendships do have to be limited, almost by definition. So I first of all I move from the most powerful forms of association to the least binding. So I start with love, of course, the Christian ideal of universal association is based on the concept of love. Friendship comes close behind that, but there are many different forms of friendship. Most don't require the levels of emotional intensity and intimacy that we associate with the concept of love. And we can then move down to the lesser levels of association based upon mutual self-interest, cooperation, mutual aid, self-help, whatever you want to call it, which involve very little emotional closeness as such, but do give us that sense of personal reinforcement, as well as the ability just to get on with our everyday lives, that we wouldn't have if they weren't present. So I quoted Orwell, but I'm not actually subscribing to this specific theory in the book for exactly the reasons that you indicate, because I think, like love, and you cannot govern the world with the principle of love, you also can't govern the world with the principle of friendship. The small neighborhood identity approach that I've taken here involves us knowing, maybe, and I've taken this obviously from theories of so-called intentional communities as well, of knowing within our immediate group, maybe 1,500, 1,000, 1,500 people, 2,000, which is pretty much the number of faces that we can recognize, and knowing amongst them perhaps 150 people relatively closely. Psychologists have come, Robin Dunbar, his work, have come up with this number. But the type of association which we have there is what I describe under the sense of belongingness. So we have, I know you because you live in my apartment block or you live down the road. We both shop in the same place. We may meet on the train or on the bus. I know you because you're a member of my neighborhood unit. If you live there long enough, I probably will not merely recognize your face, but I'll get to know your name and so on. This builds what the old literature in utopianism used to call the sense of community. And that sense of community is an extremely important kind of anchor in trying for us to withstand the buffeting winds of everyday life. Excuse me, that will simply get worse and worse. The backdrop to all this is that we have to realize that our everyday lives are going to get tougher and tougher and tougher as the decades loom. Do you know what the temperature in southern Spain is today? 39 degrees. There are heat waves in many other parts of the world already. We're likely this year break all the European records. And we're not going to stop at 45 degrees, and we're not going to stop at 50 degrees. Above 50, our whole infrastructure is starting to decay. So set that against the ideal type of how we should associate with one another. This is, in the very first instance, mutual assistance against the effects of the degradation of the environment. So in the first instance, it's about water supply, it's about planting trees, it's about making our everyday existence in the city, which is the only scenario I think that's viable for a later modern utopian ideal, but making that existence as comfortable as possible. Thank you.
Maybe you were first in the back and then Diana.
To keep on this idea of the sense of community, you mentioned that we get more pleasure from socialization than from consumption, but community most of the times, or a lot of times, revolves a lot around food, just like we were having lunch now. And I have been involved in vegan activism for the past, 10 years. I see the need to reduce meat consumption, not only, particularly because I'm against violence against animals, but if we are talking about climate change, climate emergency, climate crisis, then for that reason as well. But what happens in this discussion, most times I feel like we are disenfranchising people. We are, when we bring up this idea, the sense of community breaks instantly. And then you hear, oh, they are trying to take away our burgers. We will no longer have barbecues for celebrations. How can we make this discussion more productive is something that I struggle with, because otherwise it's just like a lifestyle. I do that every day and I feel happy with myself, but how can I do this as a community without blaming people who are not part of it, or without excluding who doesn't enroll to this kind of thinking, even though I think it's urgent to to make this change?
It's a very tough question, isn't it? Before we can create this sense of community, we have to have a consensus around the values that will allow us to transition to sustainability. So we have to be able to tell meat eaters and frequent flyers and people who drive enormous Land Rovers in the city that this is just harming our efforts to ensure collective survival. It won't be done easily without, as you've abundantly testified yourself. This entire agenda is going to raise a huge amount of commotion amongst people who are pretty much like ourselves in particular, the most privileged 1, maybe 5% at most in the world, who will have to give up the most because the other 95 or 99% don't have all this stuff to start with. So they're not having to give up much, but we have to give them something too. So it's a rocky road to defining a collective sense of sustainability without doubt. What's crucial here are 2 other factors that I didn't have a chance to really talk about. First of all, we have to have governors who are on board with the scheme, essentially. So we have to have people who are sensible enough, well-read enough, wise enough to look at the projections beyond the 4 or 5 year political cycle, to look at the charts of increasing emissions, to look at the charts of temperature rise, and then to look 15, 20, 30 years in the future and to say, okay, this is absolutely right. We either stop these emissions now or we face a future which is absolutely and completely dire. Linked to that is the press. So I live in the UK, where the press is dominated by right-wing billionaires who make fun of people like you and me all the time. I mean, it's just a kind of joke, isn't it? And they like to antagonize those who are involved in environmental protests and so on. The government curtails our right to protest constantly as well. So if you haven't got reasonably sane governors and you haven't got a public press, now this might be engineered in some circumstances by social media rather than the traditional forms of print media, television, and so on. But if you don't have those 2 separate teams on side, the odds of doing this in time are very much reduced. Now, personally, I think, as I kind of suggested in the talk, we will eventually act because it will be clear if my future scenario is the correct one. It will eventually be clear that we face annihilation. And when the penny drops, there is going to be absolute chaos and panic across the board. And I mean, mass suicides, we're already seeing now people not marrying, not having children, and so on. There is an underlying vague sense of climate anxiety, which is almost omnipresent through the entire population. But at the same time, even people who feel this anxiety are constantly in denial about it. So I guess what I would say in a way to your question is, the first thing we have to do is to vocalize what we think is going to happen, and then to vocalize what we think, as with veganism, are appropriate solutions to this. And we have to eventually get everybody on side, but it's not going to be done simply through a consensus of public opinion. There isn't time. If we had 2 centuries or so, it's like population growth, which needs to be curtailed too. If we had 2 centuries or so more to go, we could, quite reasonably expect that the natural outcome of social demographic trends is for populations to flatten out and then even slightly or even more than slightly to decline. But we don't have 2 centuries now. We don't really even have 2 decades. So it's a really important question. I'm sorry I can't give you a more straightforward answer to it. because debate, criticism, antagonism is a part of the whole process. I mentioned the tire extinguishers, of course. I don't know. Do you have them in Budapest? No. Okay. Well, they're coming soon to a car park near you because they are active in. I know of groups in at least half a dozen European societies already, and they're becoming more active. It's a very strong symbolic statement. By the way, they don't puncture the tires, of course. They just let the air out and they leave a note explaining that cars with this level of emission shouldn't be driven in big cities. I mean, it's one thing if you're a farmer and you four-wheel drive and you've got to transport pigs or whatever. To have a car that sits, kind of this high with the driver up here, to take your children to school in the suburbs is ridiculous. Now, cars are a very important symbol, of course, because they kind of stand for one of the ways in which we've expressed our sense of freedom and our sense of individuality since at least the end of the Second World War. And because we faced very stark personal choices as a result of it. So.
Okay, first Darina and then Luisa from online. So Darina, please.
Yeah, my question / comments, and I just want to say as a short disclaimer that of course I don't want to live on a decaying planet. But you mentioned about this organization that's going to be is going to have much more capacity than the UN to enforce things, and it's quite you said it is quite achievable actually, and here I of course as a Ukrainian it's no secret that we are not fans of the UN. And the recent leaks and the reaction of Gutierrez has proven so far that they actually know that how much we don't like them. But the thing is, it's I don't know. It's very. It seems even to us, though it's a very impotent organization as we see it, it still would be impossible to dismantle it on one hand, and on the other hand, how can we even create an organization that can enforce actually something if the very first thing and you basically learn in IR is that it's essentially a chaos, and that the problem on the international arena is that nothing can be ultimately enforceable because who's the ultimate enforcer? And that's the first part of the question. And then the second part of the question, which I thought of, would be how do we convince people to pay immediate attention, especially in situations where you see. I mean, I come from a country at war, so of course that is as a question in itself already. But then if we see all sorts of protests, we see all sorts of more emergent societal upsets, it's more and then you come to people, I don't know, for example, this recent news from Sudan where the biological laboratory was taken over, and now there's a huge risk, and actually from Ukrainian war, the same thing with the nuclear power plant in Zaporizhia, and the fact that the Chernobyl was occupied for some time and quite a bit disturbed, and a bunch of national preserves are occupied, and wildlife is suffering, and the ecocide is quite a big discussed thing. And yet, of course, for the country where there's more immediate concerns, and such immediate concerns arise worldwide every day. Of course, not everywhere it's war, but something substantial. So how do we convince people kind of to, because the biggest problem with the climate change debate is that we don't see it that far, as you said, that we're only going to be acting once the situation becomes so dire that it's going to be impossible to ignore. So how do we convince the countries that are in the state where it's not prudent maybe to a lot of people to think about these kind of things? Because there was a very interesting case on when on Twitter, a very young and kind of naive user asked, why aren't the soldiers in the trenches not recycling? And of course, no, that was a serious question. And she said that was too dirty, and this, we are not, Russians, we're civilized, why are we not recycling? And of course, the the people on the front lines were quite amused by that comment. But and this kind of shows on that there are more pressing concerns, and obviously that would not be on the mind of a soldier at the first hand to preserve the ecosystem around him. But then it is an important component. The ecocide is an important component of war, and everyone understands that. So how do we fix this on the international arena level, and how do we fix this just in general in the minds of people, especially when there's always going to be something more pressing than these more like global but very important questions? Yeah.
So a hugely important and really complicated question. The answer in brief is twofold. Firstly, as I've already said, you've got to convince people that the danger is as real as I've portrayed it to be, and the consequences of not acting are vastly worse than whatever it takes to act in the first instance. Secondly, give people stuff for free that they didn't have beforehand. The creation of the International Environmental Commission, which I call ECOCOM for short in the book, will require, amongst other things, excuse me, debt forgiveness for the whole of the less developed world. It will require buying vast amounts of technology and then getting local production of the same technology in all of the areas of renewable energy that everyone requires, so wind, solar, and so on, all of which has to be done extremely rapidly. So you're giving people for free the ability to withstand the effects of the crises, which in some cases are already much worse in their countries. Think of Pakistan, for example. You're not asking them to become prisoners of the international market. You're not asking them to go to the IMF or whoever for huge loans, which the wealthier countries will then profit from. You're giving it to them. You're also giving them desalination plants. Water, of course, is going to be the single most important item on the whole agenda, starting probably from this year already. As you know, we're in a severe drought. It was already evident with the Danube here last year. And it will likely continue, and even if there's some kind of abeyance for a short period of time because of necessary fluctuations in the cycle, it will get worse and worse until you can't grow stuff anymore and there's no more water in the rivers, and because there's no snow coming off the mountains and so on. So you have to convince people that things are as bad as I think they are. And then secondly, you say, but in making this transition, we're going to collectively do a lot for those who are going to be most adversely affected. And this isn't by any means only poor countries. Warming is already at above the global average in Northern Europe, for example. So it could well be that we're engaging in the same things here. I mean, certain technologies, desalination is probably the single most important, are extremely inadequately developed relative to the scale of the problem we face in the next 20, 30, 40 years. So this is where the creation of to go back to the very beginning of your question, creation of a large-scale international organization. It's not like the UN. It's a much more technical than it is a political body. Concentration of scientists working in all these areas, but particularly water supply and energy, renewable energy provision. Ensuring the coordination of wherever the cheapest source of production is, and the distribution of all of that production and the erection of new factories and so on. That's what this organization will do. If you leave it to individual nations, it's too haphazard and too slow, of course. And again, however, you could say if we had 2 centuries to do this, it would work all right. I mean, you know the old argument about imperialism. Most nations probably would have come to embrace modernity without ever having European conquerors to force it on them, because they simply go to the marketplace and see things that they wanted to have and figure out what they could trade, and eventually, we end up at the same level of civilization. But we cannot expect that kind of delay in the provision, in particular, of water supply, and renewable energy sources. So we have to offer people stuff for free, and we have to say, not only is our alternative much better than what we're likely to face, it's also better than the life you're leading at the moment when the crisis is not as great as it's going to be. So it's the biggest cosmic giveaway of all time. And it has to come from the wealthiest countries who are least willing to give it, which is another paradox we might explore. Because we're the ones, effectively, who have to make the greatest sacrifice. But we're also the greatest polluters. So it's perfectly fair.
Luisa, can you then?
No, I propose something else rather than my intervention at this point. I could well make my remarks in the final sort of panel, if it is, because it's general remarks that I have.
Okay.
So
okay,
that would be allow us to go directly to follow the program. Yes.
Yeah, we're pretty soon moving into that. Okay.
May I just
Yes, sure. Jordan and then
just a reflection about what you said, that this is the unique moment in our history that when we are facing drought that threatens us with extinction. And it came to my mind that, and it might propose or offer some hope for us, that actually, at least since 1945, this is the second, because with the threat of nuclear war, put the very same limitation on political action. Of course, it was a negative kind of experience because it meant that we cannot do everything we can imagine in politics. Certain things are absolutely prohibited. And now we have something that calls for a more positive kind of action. So we need to do something actively, not just to avoid certain kinds of things, but still, in some sense, at least from my point of view, the first experience was uniquely successful. So maybe there is hope for the second one. Maybe we can survive. Maybe we can just resist the temptation to push the red self-destructing button across the west.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, obviously this is the most important parallel we have to draw on in terms of secular images of the apocalypse. It doesn't help whatsoever that, of course, the threat of nuclear apocalypse comes with environmental degradation. There are a number of nuclear powers which will become uninhabitable, and are they going to use their weapons in the effort to gain someone else's territory where there is agricultural land still surviving? The answer has to obviously be yes. But aside from the whole very lengthy, 2,000 odd year theory of religious apocalypse, this is the secular vision. And of course, some descriptions of the nuclear apocalypse, nuclear winter and so on, did propose the entire species would be annihilated. So we have something to go on. And it would be very useful, actually, I think, to go back to those studies and to look at how people reacted, how they were addressed by interest groups, governments, and so on. Because the prospect is very similar in lots of ways. Yes.
My question is very much into the audience, but goes a bit further down the road. So, assuming that mass starvation and mass human death had forced had made the conditions for the global regime that you're proposing to emerge, and say some of the policies are currently are being implemented, right? Then it's a bit of an ethical and policy question. Then imagine there's a state that has a proven track record of surviving such turmoil, has large reserves of natural resources, and have proven to be resilient to external market shocks, and has a nuclear weapons arsenal, for example. And that state somehow achieves some sort of an equilibrium, and then it sort of enacts a sort of an autarky within it, so it's not exactly dependent on the redistribution of those technologies. And this state in the sort of tragedy of the common situation, the state now sees that these policies are having a good impact, right? And it seems that the Earth might be safe, and it now refuses to cooperate, and now completely indulges in the usage and overusage of the resources because all of the other bigger countries will handle it for it. So would the regime have to enforce then the compliance? Would they have to go to war with them? What would you say?
Yeah, it's a very interesting scenario. I think the answer to this is, of course, that we'll look for consent rather than coercion. That's the first part of the answer here. The second part of the answer is, can we really envision in a world where warming has reached, let's say, 3 degrees Celsius, which is plausible within 30 years, maybe even 20? Can we imagine that one part of the world will be that much safer than all the rest of the world? And if it is, where exactly would it lie? It's not going to be any of the higher regions of the world because warming is actually greater in those regions. It's not going to be anywhere in the north because warming also is larger there. The effects of the warming of the ocean, which is the most immediate indication we have now of the fact that the catastrophe this year is getting much more intense, are felt throughout the entire world. So it's possible that very small pockets, I would say, rather than posing this as a kind of image or narrative about a small nation state, a kind of, say, Switzerland, where there won't be any snow, of course, in 20, 30 years. Think of it rather as a very small scale community instead, maybe a few thousand people rather than a few million. I know this isn't the scenario you presented, but here there is a possibility of a small degree of opt-out in very local, isolated conditions. But it's not going to happen for very long because the temperature keeps rising, of course, if we hadn't solved the problem everywhere else. Nowhere is going to be free from the effects. And of course, the further away when you're up in the mountains, the less access you're going to have to water anyway, because we'll be relying on seawater transformed into fresh water. And if you haven't got access any longer to glaciers, to snow, and so on, then that scenario is out too. Small islands, not really a survival venue here either. So I think, the general thrust of the question you asked is really about how we bring everybody on board voluntarily, rather than just saying, this is the way it is. We now have, all the great superpowers on board. You have to join us, which is not as implausible, done by a small amount of coercion. Let me give you just the one example, which I think is the most important. The abolition of offshore banking, right? There are multiple trillions amongst the 300 or so trillion that we require are held offshore in secret bank accounts, in the Bahamas, the Virgin Islands, various other locations. Now, it's most unlikely that these territories are simply voluntarily going to say to us, we want you to shut up shop overnight. We want immediate, first of all, transparent access to all these accounts. We are freezing the international financial transfer system, so nothing leaves those accounts to go somewhere else. It's not unreasonable for us then to say to these countries, you either go along with this, or we're going to embargo you entirely. You will have no trade, internal, external. In a few days, that particular battle is won without the necessity for a drop of blood being shed. I think that's the very first hurdle, because of course, everything I've talked about is immensely expensive. And most countries don't have the funds. We have to go to the very wealthy in the wealthiest countries. That's where the money is concentrated, and that's where initially it has to come. Now, there probably aren't any economists here, but I haven't worked out what the economic repercussions are of the kind of scenario that I've outlined here. Some people could quite plausibly suggest, well, you cause an overnight collapse in the world economy. if you freeze the international financial transfer system and you introduce the abolition of offshore accounts entirely. Maybe you will, maybe you won't. But what's the alternative? It's complete annihilation. So there will be some tough choices, and there is coercion in this. We just have to do it in the most humane possible way.
Okay, thank you very much. Probably it would have been nicer to finish on a more optimistic note. Sorry, the situation, optimism often just doesn't help us in this situation. But of course, if there are more questions, I don't want to freeze it. Nevertheless, the idea was that this discussion develops into something of a very short, not a complex, but a short reflection on the 2 days, what happened. And I asked a couple of people to come forward and share from your own point of view, from the point of view of your own discipline or research, what has been and what are the implications of utopia and democracy and what we discussed in the past 2 days, maybe adding some aspect of the current issues with the climate emergency. So Eva and Mirth and both of the Zoltans, can you please come forward?
This is just to clear, so comfortable, right?
Oh, yeah.
Everybody can just, that's very.
I don't
very
mean
number,
this.
so I'm just-
This table is not round anyway, so.
No, but excuse me,
whichever-
but this, I mean,
Louisa's.
people can be heard much better if they are not from the floor, not speaking from the floor, but perhaps from the front. I have difficulty in hearing sometimes, depending on the place where the person is.
Okay, then let's leave it up to you. So if you don't mind coming up in front, then please come. But if that's difficult, then of course you can stay. Then speaking up a little bit more, and maybe we could begin with Luisa. So as you suggested, you would contribute to this final discussion, and please make your contribution and remarks.
Thank you. And thank you all those who spoke during these 2 days. In fact, I've been thinking about the fact that we have been going through many different points of view, many disciplines, literature, philosophy, sociology, history, many countries, and that we have had many proposals to face the question of utopia. So it seems to me that one of the stimuli came from a question from the floor in this last debate. It was the question, how do you convince? So in fact, I had been feeling that we had been going through 2 poles. There are 2 different poles. One that starts from proposals that are very concrete, very practical, very well informed, and that are on a macro level, rather than another pole which starts from a micro level, talking about individuals, small communities, subjectivity, desires, fears, psychological and cultural aspects of life. These 2 poles are not immediately reconcilable. I see that we have been moving between them without finding often points of convergence, and that certainly the macro level has always a degree of normativity, such as in the words by Gregory, a modern utopia must be an urban proposal, or no donation to parties, and so on. So while some optimism could come from the fact that the very prospect of a utopia, without the pretension, without the claim to put it into practice perfectly and completely, would allow many micro efforts and some macro endeavors to modify the situation in the present and the next future, on the level also of daily life, where small communities and individuals take up meanings, where differences such as gender, race, age take up meanings and have a role. And where we utopians, to use the terms used by philosophers, in the double sense of being without a fixed place and being carriers of utopia in the sense of the betterment of ourselves and our communities, where we can recognize that utopia has become necessary. These are the words of another Italian philosopher, Roberto Esposito, who considered a few years ago that after the sequence of terror acts by groups, by individuals, by nations, utopia had become necessary. It's necessary to have a prospect, a perspective in which our roles as individuals take up a meaning, and in which the small, what can appear small struggles of everyday take up a sense and a direction, and can be linked with other ones. Otherwise, which is the role of subjectivity, of desires, of fears, of the psychological and cultural aspects of life, the role of women, youth, old? What is our possibility if we don't have something that is not normative and something that comes directly from ourselves and our relationship with the other? Now, I don't want to privilege in this debate the subjective side, which I can decide to privilege in other environments and in my own writings and so on. But I would like that we could, in a sort of fraternal effort, keep these two poles, keep this tension between these two poles, understanding that we have to go through this double road and find ways of convergence. If you go through this series of interesting papers and efforts to understand and to conjugate democracy and utopia, you see that there is an effort to do in order to reconcile this view, not in the tension of pacifying, not in the sense of pacifying everything, but of considering that we have been moving between two poles. This is not an easy reflection because so many points of view have been represented. And so I don't know how clear I've been, but you may perhaps help to clarify further. And in this sense, I see sparks of optimism possible in this sort of starting right now to conjugate utopia as hope, if without the claim to full realization, to perfection, and democracy as a practice in our daily relationships.
Thank you very much. I think it was a very nice framework that you began this workshop with describing the difference between utopico and utopistico, the pejorative and the positive sense of utopia. And now you added that utopia, I understand probably in the positive sense, has become necessary. Would anyone like to respond to this? Or can I then ask perhaps Mirth to reflect on what is from your own point of view, what have you learned in these 2 days? What is it relevant for you from your own field, which is the classics?
Yeah, well, I was now, of course, thinking more from my personal point of view.
Please, feel free.
Such a discussion, but since we came back briefly to the distinction between utopical and utopistical, the sort of the two Janus-faced, let's say, idea of utopia. I recently read that Elon Musk is buying land in Texas to found some kind of corporate town where people would just all the time be basically have a lot of good amenities around them and spas and all of that. So the idea seems to be that why go home if you can live at work? So what to me seems a bit sort of interesting in this idea, but also a bit scary, is that when you get to the phase when you don't really know anymore whether it's a utopia or a dystopia. So because on the one hand, because I was actually talking to an acquaintance I had in Pisa who was from Pakistan, and he worked in the IT sector. And he had an acquaintance who was in the process of accepting a job in one of these more corporate towns that, for instance, Google creates. And I said, like, but that's a horrible way of life. How can you live like that? It's almost like slavery. And he said, no, I want to live like this. It's wonderful if you just have all these kind of facilities around you. And then I just thought, like, yeah, but how can you even have a discussion about the future of society if you just disagree about what a utopia is and whether something, a certain scenario is a utopia or a dystopia, then it becomes very difficult to even talk about the future. So so that is one thing that came to mind. And another thing that so I can't really summarize very easily what I've learned over the past 2 days because there were so many things. But another thing that came to mind is the question whether democracy can, when we are talking about the relationship between utopia and democracy, whether in some cases democracy can actually hamper us moving towards a more utopian scenario when there are so many disagreements about how on more local levels we should implement a number of changes to make the planet still, or to ensure that the planet remains livable. For instance, in the Netherlands, there was recently elections for the Senate, and then there was this farmer party, which now in parliament has only 1 seat, but in the Senate they now, I think, got 18. Which basically capitalizes on the idea that they are resisting government plans to disown farmers, because there is a huge discussion about this kind of nitrogen gases in the country, and then there is a small map in which provinces they should reduce the nitrogen gas, and then there are like these farmers who are protesting against that, and they now got a lot of support from their own communities saying that they don't want to do that, but of course quite a large part of the country so are agrarian. So in this case, although they don't have the majority neither in the parliament nor in the Senate, the political establishment is now shocked, so much shocked by this result that they think they have to do something with it. So now all the plans to actually implement the reduction of these gases are now sort of put on ice once again. So yeah, I don't know, in this case, sometimes it seems like democracy is not really helping us to make some of these advances. So I think one of the challenges is also like, how do we do this in a democratic way? So these were just some of the things that came to mind.
Thank you very much. If any, this is not so much a round table, more like a roundish room. So if anybody would like to reflect, feel free. Otherwise, I'd like to ask Eva to
Thank you. Yeah, okay, I can maybe pick up from what Myrtle was saying and then try to connect it with some of Lisa and Gregory's talks as well. I think as I was listening to Myrtle and previously with Gregory, I think, and maybe Lisa is right, that I was, in this last few days, there is a certain kind of emphasis on, right, this conflictuality, or maybe that comes up with itself with this field, because you have utopia and anti-utopia, or we're talking about utopia and dystopia all the time. But at the same time, I kept thinking that I think that there's this great division, and now we live in the societies that there's great inequality. So there's a division between, you know, the kinds of people that deserve some kind of future, and the kinds of people who can get some kind of future. As you were talking, Gregory, I kept thinking about it, you know, and I agree with you absolutely. I mean, with this notion of, yes, everything with the climate collapse, that's also very well instead of climate crisis. And, you know, this proposal that we should really, you know, the 1 or 2% of most privileged people in of these Western nations, they should be the ones that will make the greatest sacrifices, as you were saying. But at the same time, it's, who do you put in that category? There's so much division in this. For example, now this is supposed to be, right, a workshop on utopia and democracy in this very specific space in Central Europe, in this Central European University. And I completely agree with you that we should be very careful of, you know, whether it's meat consumption or this, you know, the flights or any kind of. But at the same time, we're finally coming to an era, and, you know, my parents, for example, that have taken 2 flights in their lives are very happy that we have very, very low budget flights and we have very acceptable prices. So we're still, I think that this kind of, one of the problems, in my opinion, with this conversation on climate collapse so far emphasizes the inequality even more. It kind of bridges people into, you cannot ask me to give up of the privileges that I've waited my entire life to earn at this point, especially for a very still marginalized part of so-called developed countries and Western countries. And on the other side, the actual privileged few, like Elon Musk and those examples. I had this kind of same notion. I've always struggled with that. Google, for example, is so famous, right, for providing this exceptionally good working spaces. In my circles, this happens a lot. You have IT people who want to work in the IT sphere only because you will have excellent lunches and really good facilities and good healthcare, which we've never had in our lives working in this area. So then you come to this point of saying, yes, I love the planet and I should give up all of my privileges, but I've waited my whole life to be able to have something that the 1% has, right? So I'm just saying that, and my personal interest in Utopia actually developed from this kind of conflict between the future and futural thinking. What is actually the future for whom in the societies? And who deserves, you know, who can get the kind of future that we're talking about? So I would just say that at this point, yeah.
Thank you very much. I just cannot stop myself from sharing you a little anecdote, which I was told by the owner of the catering company who did all the catering here, and I think it was pretty good quality. He told me that his best customers are certain IT companies in Budapest, because their workers have a lunch break and they can go out. But the owners don't want them to leave because they want them to work more. What's the option? They offer them on site the best possible catering that you can have, so that you want to have food which is offered in your office basically, and then you keep working. Okay, that's just a minor issue. If there are no more comments, then can I ask either maybe Zoltán Balázs?
Thank you very much for the invitation. Yet I would like also to begin with a very personal thing. A couple of days ago, we made interviews with prospective students at our university from all over the world. We have Vietnam, Colombia, Kyrgyzstan, Turkey, Pakistan, And since they were just high school students, what the question is the question that in a way is the most obvious one to ask is, you know, what kind of authors are you familiar with, whom you have read? And two persons were the most often mentioned, Marx and Orwell. Astonishingly, I simply still can't make what it really means, but the Orwell is an absolutely widely read person. I mean, from Pakistan to Vietnam, from I don't know, Colombia to Kyrgyzstan, absolutely fascinating. So just that really made me think. But the three things that I really want to add is firstly, I would say that utopia is absolutely an ambiguous notion, actually. So, and the ambiguity is, I think, as far as I can see, is connected with two emotions that we have concerning it. Some people love it, whatever kind of utopia you're thinking of. Some people are obsessed with it. Others are skeptical or even fear it. I don't know how to reconcile these two very, very important emotions. It's not just utopia's desire. Utopia elicits elicits in you or makes you feel stronger than perhaps say even democracy. Utopia is something which is both attractive and destructive. I'm just an observation that I wanted to share with you, and it really makes it very difficult to discuss in a non-emotional, impartial manner. The second thing that I want to say is that we have touched upon here and there the issue of how utopia is being embedded in various political ideologies. It's been connected to liberalism, to anarchism, socialism, perhaps. I don't really remember if there was anybody saying that conservatism has an intimate relation with utopia, I think, fortunately. But we haven't mentioned the rightist or extreme rightist versions of utopia. Why not talk about fascism or Nazism? Do they have no utopian roots or connections or versions? I don't know. I'm just the question is up for the grabs. I don't want to answer my own question, of course, but I'm just simply missed the possibilities of discussing rightist utopias. And the last and third thing point that I wanted to raise is is related to the point that Nicola and others have already raised, and this is that and this is something that I also wanted to cover or put some thoughts on in my lecture, in my talk, which was political theological reflection, and what I wanted to say is that the utopian thing is really intimately tied up with the Western type of thinking. But and here's a great but. It is quite obvious that not only Western societies believe that democracy is the best, it's not perfect, but still best way of organizing organizing polity. But there's so many other different societies that themselves are also convinced or very certain that they are the best possible society. Think of North Korea. Aren't they thinking that they are even a perfect world? Or China, for instance. The Chinese society, as far as I know, and it's a very superficial thing, but everything that I've read about China is that they have a 1,000-year tradition of thinking that China is the center of the globe, and then they have an empire, right? They have nobody to learn from. At the same time, they are thinking in terms of a kind of well, just I leave it with that. And think of the Islamic world having the same confidence that the Quran is just the most perfect way of arranging private and collective ways of living, collective coexistence or cooperation. How can we reconcile all these vastly different trace of or faith or beliefs. I mean, all of these beliefs or faiths actually are ultimate self-confidence, or the Ruski Mir. Right? Russians are certainly absolutely sure that they are living in the best possible society, more or less. I'm exaggerating.
Many of them
They
probably,
think that
but
they
hopefully not all
they
of them.
shouldn't follow anybody else. So I'm just raising this. We have the Ukrainian colleagues who talk about the utopian thinking in Ukraine. I'm just raising these issues, how to reconcile our utopian thinking, our utopian sentiments, pro and contra, with other cultures and people's thinking, and many of which think that they are already living in the best, or in their own ways, which is just to be living perfect scenario. I'm just leaving these questions up in the air. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Would anybody like to reflect on these? Because if not, then I would give a little bit of reflection. First of all, on fascism, Nazism, and I would add communism. So I think, but correct me if I'm wrong, utopian scholars don't like to talk about them so much because in the middle of the 20th century, this was the reason why mainstream scholars were rejecting utopianism because of the dangers. Because they are clearly utopian ideologies with utopian attitudes and great failures. So that showing that a certain kind of utopianism can be dangerous. Our main argument is that not all kind of utopianism is dangerous. Thomas Molnar, for instance, in the 60s didn't believe in that. He believed that all kind of utopianism is collective. And the collective is a danger for mankind. And my argument would be that Thomas Molnar is absolutely right that collective societies are dangerous, but he's wrong in assuming that all kind of utopianism is collective. Secondly, I don't know too much about many of the societies you mentioned, and I absolutely agree with you that political systems are culture dependent. I know a little bit about China, and clearly China has a historical experience that the collapse of central power, strong, efficient central power, leads into chaos and war. And the worst kind of thing that could happen to that society is chaos and war. Therefore, the strong central power is a very positive notion for most Chinese people. It seems that that's also the case to some extent in Russia, although I think the closer we get to the West, then this notion of the central power, as opposed to the autonomy of the individual, is getting weaker and weaker. But then really we are at the limits of my expertise, so I didn't want to add anything more. Darina, did you want to?
No, it's just I thought immediately of Russia when you started talking about China, and then you said it, and I thought that it's curious because it's like, for example, it's just a super tiny comment that it's Russians are obsessed with the idea of killing Zelensky or like harming the central like authorities somehow, because they don't understand that for us we're not so well for many reasons. Firstly, because the decentralization reform in Ukraine has been quite successful, actually, but we just overall are not so dependent on a good Tsar to be functioning properly. Of course, it would be a huge political upset in a warring country, but yeah. So this is a very good thing that you pointed out, and this already creates a very strong this discord and not understanding how each of us functions. So yeah. So when you mentioned how do we kind of like disprove Ruski Mir, the whole ideology? Yeah, it's a. If we would know the answer to this question, maybe the world would not be happening right now. So yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Andre, please.
Thank you. I think about it, fascism and utopia, because I somehow sympathize with that idea that we shouldn't put fascism into some box where everything is specific and it shouldn't be analyzed by same tools which different and more sympathetic political ideologies are analyzed. But in the same time, I have to think that maybe there is another reason why fascism is not analyzed by concepts like utopia, and it's based in structure of its ideology. If we consider probably one of the most important pre-fascist thinker, Georges Sorel, who actually formed some conceptual basis for fascist ideas. His idea was based on explicit differentiation between utopia and myth. And for him, utopia was capitalism in a similar way, which Andrei Kozorky depicted Tamás, and even thought that Tamás he quoted Sorel, but it was not true because he probably quoted some conservative thinkers. But for Sorel, utopia was something stable, intellectual project, which actually leads to reformism. What is not very intuitive understanding of utopia, but according to him, capitalism was utopia, social democratic version of socialism was utopia, because it's product of intellect which is planning some future, and then you can have reforms to go there. And for him, the alternative was myth, something what is evoked most as mobilizing image, something unstable, unprojected, something what touches you, but you cannot reduce on intellectual construction. And I think this is telling about fascism something. That they are really adherents more of myth than of utopia in this Sorelian distinction. We can discuss if this distinction is valid, of course. But I think this is another reason why it's somehow complicated to study fascist utopia, while I sympathize with it.
Thank you very much. Carl, are you sure you don't want to add something?
No, I was just directing your attention.
I understand, but there were several instances when you could not. Maybe this is the last moment in the workshop. It's not. I'm not insisting. I'm just.
I have one not terribly serious question that can wait till the very end. But I am sort of curious about the role of technology and how we think about the roots to some kind of utopia. And the one figure that immediately leaps to mind is somebody familiar, I think shows up in the book, Ernst Bloch, who's already writing post-Lukács, right? He's telling us, don't reify the social relations, right? If we're gonna, but at the end of the day, his is a relatively optimistic take, right? But I wonder if that comes at the expense of giving the engineers a pass, right? He's told us he's told us we have to be careful about how we reify nature. And so science doesn't get a pass, right? Because we have to also bring into view the things that science can say nothing about. But maybe he's giving the engineers a pass? I don't know. I mean, Bloch has some earlier work on engineers, but on the face, and it's been a long time since I read it, but on the face of it, I'm not sure how to reconcile that critical work on engineers with my vague awareness of this, what's it called, the principle of hope? Yeah, which I guess is the anchoring work for Utopia, for Bloch's relevance to utopian discourse. If anybody has some reflections here, I'd be grateful.
Well, I do have a long section on Bloch in the book.
Okay.
Because he is the most important modern theorist of utopia.
Yeah.
He's also a very complicated thinker, and he changes his mind about some very important things a number of times. one of the key questions hanging over this in response to the comment you've offered is how far he remains an orthodox Marxist, even after his embrace of the humanist Marx of the economic and philosophic manuscripts. And then secondly, the degree to which he embraces a kind of mysticism, which is coupled with messianism, and how far that is true right from the beginning, the work on Thomas Müntzer, right through the end of his
You
life.
say mystic, but some people call him romantic at times, right?
Yeah, a lot of labels have been attached, which is why, I mean, he's a complicated thinker to unpack, and you have to kind of read him chronologically. There are lots of Blockians in utopian studies.
Right.
Most of them read the principle of hope and not anything else, and don't tackle, as a result, the more complex questions of whether he evolves out of positions he takes them. Principle of Hope is also a really badly organized book, as great books go. Maybe for some people that's an advantage, because you can kind of pick and choose the bits which you find are right.
Well, I mean, I home in on the term neo-romantic because the Romantics were notoriously focused on the role of the creative individual, and I feel like that there's a thread of this kind of technophilia that actually is enabling the solipsistic utopias of the Peter Thiels of the world, right? And I wouldn't want that to get any theoretical recourse, but I don't know, how do we take Bloch away from the Peter Thiels of the world?
Yeah, I mean, I think to the degree to which he remains a Leninist in the later writing, so these other objections and alterations notwithstanding, this is a pretty orthodox take on scientific and technological progress, as Marx understands it. I mean, Marx is emphatically not a primitivist. He may be a romantic, at least in the earlier writings, but he's never a primitivist. And you have quite a challenge that's been undertaken by a variety of people, turning him into a modern green thinker as well, because actually machinery is doing the work that the working class has historically been subordinated and exploited to do in much of Marx's mature as well as his earlier work. So if you think that what Bloch is doing is still essentially ascribing or subscribing to that scheme, then it's not very heterodox. I mean, that's not where the alterations lie. The alterations lie principally in the infusion of a different kind of humanism, not the humanism of the young Marx, but the humanism of the natural law and natural rights tradition, which is his major break from the GDR and from Stalinism. But in order, as you probably know, I mean, in order to do that, you've got to have an anchor for the origins of the concept of rights. And if you don't do it with theology, it's extremely difficult to do, because you've got to have an original donor for the universality and equality of rights. If this is all just an artificial and conventional project, then it's a much more difficult enterprise to defend than if you simply say, God creates man and woman and gives them rights at the creation, and the rights alter in a kind of progressive way throughout the ages, but they're anchored in an original divine gift, which is basically what the natural law tradition has constantly argued. So it also depends on then what you make of that break, of his adaptation of that tradition. That was seen, of course, fundamentally as the most critical standpoint you could take on Marx, who notoriously is hostile to rights in his younger writings in particular. So,
thank you. Yes, thank you very much. I just want to, I'm curious about what other things in the room, these 2 days have been quite useful for me. Thank you very much. So my question is just more or less better question. How can or should we promote utopian thinking and be hopeful in a constructive sense in the face of a highly polarized and politicized society when there are different versions of democracy, especially in a country that leans towards more autocratic regime, or practices. And if the governing body uses the same rhetoric of being democratic and also, respecting democracy, so how can you refute this approach for a more maybe democratic society to lead to more transformation? Because this is in the case of Turkey, the current government also claims that they are the most democratic party, that they use democratic discourse a lot, and then that's the best for the benefit of the society. So, how should we react to this, especially as academics or intellectuals, like, in our engagement with the public, especially? I'm just curious what people in those.
Do you have a response to this? Anyone?
Help yourself.
Just what came to my mind that the government of Hungary also claims itself to be democratic, illiberal democracy, as it may the term may be. But then the government of János Kádár also claimed to be democratic, people's republic, people's democracy. But nevertheless, democracy. So that's I can recommend this very small book, the Oxford what is it? Very short introduction into democracy of Bernard Crick, who begins with a list of major despots in the 20th century. All of them called themselves democrats, with all kinds of people's democracy, Muslim democracy, whatever. But so that's. It seems that Zoltán has to leave. You have.
Sorry.
I understand.
I was summoned by my son.
Okay. Thank you very much for being with us.
For me to be here and to listen to all of the presentations, they were all fantastic.
But the future is calling you. Okay. I'm not sure if we can answer Emra's question in any better way. Yes, please.
One proposition, maybe, perhaps if we're thinking long term, so for the revamp of the global state of affairs, of the global policy, perhaps if the states will probably become less sovereign, a bit less Westphalian, so to say. So maybe we could think about it more in the line of Kantian political thought, perhaps. Because with him, the focus is not on democracy, very much on liberalism, very much on rule of law and equality, not so much on democracy. He actually disliked democracy, but that's because he perceived it in Greek terms, but still. And perhaps the focus would be more on re-establishing constitutions and putting the very focus on keeping the earth alive in the constitutional state, and then running it perhaps in a more technocratic way than we are doing it now, is something I came up with, and just a rough thought.
This was actually in the very beginning, after Luisa's talk about Utopia and Utopistico. We learned that from a philosophical point of view, we seem to put too much load on the concept of democracy, good government, and a lot of other things in our imaginary is linked to democracy. Would anybody like to reflect on that? Or I'm wondering if, Greg, you would like to make a final word, or has it been already?
I think you've heard enough from me to tell the truth. And I think this has been a really fruitful discussion over the last 2 days. I will say that. I've learned a lot from all sorts of different perspectives. And we look forward to the opportunity of being able to do this on a bigger scale again at some point.
Okay, and also we're looking forward to try to put it into a printed volume sooner or later. And I also then remains nothing just to thank you all for this. I look at also in a concept in a journey amongst concepts and nations and historical epochs, beginning from ancient Greece. But also going through Italy in the 1960s, and then contemporary Italian societies, communities rather. But we discussed contemporary Turkey and then contemporary Ukrainian literature, but Soviet Russian literature in the 1920s. Yugoslavia in the 20th century, Ireland in the early 20th century, ideologies and utopia, liberalism, political realism, political theology, a lot of concepts and eras and epochs and approaches. Nevertheless, I don't have the feeling that it was all fragmented but we seem to have something in common, well, the concepts of utopia and democracy, for instance. So this was really something very interesting for me. I'm not a native speaker in English, and sometimes I'm a little bit surprised in expressions. Like in the Utopia Studies Society, a lot of distinguished professors call themselves the students of Utopia. I heard it several times. So we study something, and therefore we are students. And I also feel that I'm a student of Utopia, of the concept of democracy, of a lot of other things, and I feel I've studied a lot here. So thank you very much for this. And I hope when we leave, we're leaving more clever than when we came here. At least, definitely, that's the case for me. So I don't want to keep you waiting for any longer. There's a duty I have to make, that we were asked to return these badges. So if you still have it with you, I would like to ask you. Otherwise, once again, thank you very much, and have a safe way home. If you feel like, you can visit the Pope, who is next door at the Basilica. By the way, he keeps emphasizing the importance of brotherhood, claiming that liberty and equality have been strongly emphasized in secular ways, but not so much fraternity. Okay, once again, thank you very much for all of you.
One thing, only practical thing, if you can come by and sign this paper, whoever spoke, the other ones will get an online version, but like the 5 of you that are still here, please come and sign something. Thank you.
Yeah.
But I will play them.
Is this personal?
Yes.